when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag Sale for the best pricing on Fisher & Paykel appliances.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help that gas prices have skyrocketed. I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
Everyone's talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app, and I get cash back for every gallon of gas I buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yeah, real cash every time I buy gas.
What? That sounds like it could really add up.
I've made around $200 already.
Wow, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN40 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN40 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus in your first tank. That's code EARN40 for 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You used to associate crickets with silence. But since you bought a house in the suburbs, you know crickets hate silence. If any other creature realized rubbing its legs together made a piercing, high-pitched noise, they might think, maybe I won't do that. Constantly. All night long. Luckily, you can save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. Now that's something to make noise about. Just not constantly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items. Like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs. Medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich. Spicy chicken with a Dave Single. Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade. Strawberry lemonade. Strawberry lemonade. If you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs. Crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade. Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew! Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6. For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
Bay Area Panthers indoor football is back. Coach Arbet is back. Hard-hitting, fast-paced, in-your-face football. And fun for the whole family. Don't miss watching your Bay Area Panthers at SAP, presented by Mary West Credit Union. Enter to win tickets at 957thegame.com.
Von Looney having a great night. That was good defense. New career high as Curry fires for three. Got it! Left wing triple for Curry. The Warriors have hit their last 4. It's a one-possession game.
And that's what you call catch and shoot. No dribble.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here on a Saturday. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. It's John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. Warriors This Week here on 95.7 The Game. More phone calls coming up here in just a moment, Whitey. Want to let everybody know we do have Warriors basketball again tonight here on 95.7 The Game. This afternoon, I guess, now that we're in the daylight savings time portion of the year, and so the Warriors and the Grizzlies, that's right, from Memphis again, second time in 9 days, the Warriors are going to play at Memphis. 5 o'clock tip, that means Warriors Live is at 4 with yours truly, and then I'll be back after the ball game with Warriors wrap-up, taking your phone calls and all of that. So the road trip continues in Memphis tonight, and also, Whitey, want to let everybody know that we're going to be at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill next Saturday for a special edition of Warriors This Week. Looking forward to that. I know we've done this event a couple of different times throughout the years, but yeah, their spring red tag clearance sale is ongoing this coming weekend, next weekend. And so Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, 1 to 4. So we got a special time for the Warriors This Week show, 1 to 4 from Friedman's in Pleasant Hill next Saturday. I know they'll have the barbecues going and all the food samples, incredible. And it really is incredible. And so, yeah, the Friedman's Red Tag clearance sale next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend, but you can join us from 1 to 4 out at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. So mark your calendar now.
Yes, I've already marked it. Good to have you back tonight. Alan did a great job last night. I know we missed you last night on Warriors pre and post because you were in Westaini, so that'll be great as the non-rivalry is renewed tonight. And before we get back to the phones, JD, I know we've been talking about what frustrates you the most about the Warriors. And, this time of year, everyone's got their brackets, and a lot of people do brackets for various things, the best soups, the best this, the best movies. I'm not suggesting we do this, but you could almost do a bracket of the things about the Warriors that frustrate you the most. We don't need to do that, but as I'm sitting here and, checking out some of the responses on Twitter, you got, turnovers, Poole's inconsistency.
Jordan Poole was one whole reason.
Yeah. You could almost, because it's so frustrating, because we know this team can be so good. That's why it's so frustrating. But you could almost do a bracket of at least 8, maybe even 16 different things about this team that have been so frustrating. I'm sure Steve Kerr, if he wanted, he could come up with like a 64 frustration bracket for this team this year.
Well, our buddy Scott on Twitter had said Jordan Poole, and I misread it initially. It was Jordan Poole, but it was Jordan Poole with basically in the category of unforced errors, turnovers, bad passes, poor shot choices, reckless out-of-control play, crying after every foul he commits. So he had his own
Poole.
Singular
singular
reasoning there. A lot to get into here between now and 1 o'clock. 888-957-9570. Let's get back to the phones here on 95.7 The Game, and we'll keep it rolling here. We've got Mitch in New Jersey on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mitch.
How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Mitch?
This has been some tournaments. Who had Fairleigh Dixon? My Jersey schools are doing quite well, but I'm a Pac-12 guy in Arizona again, USC, stumbling, Arizona State, so it's up to UCLA. When you go and say, I'm going through a bumpy road here. Your bigs got to get more rebounds and play better defense. But it's nice to see Curry back. He certainly hasn't lost his scoring touch. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks for the call, Mitch.
Looney had 16 rebounds last night.
Yeah, Looney had 18 points last night. I mean, 18 and 16. I mean, that's
on 10 shots.
That's a hell of a line.
Yeah,
and efficient and doing it in the paint. And Kevon Looney. I know Bob Myers had joked a couple of weeks ago after one of the home wins, going back, I think in the homestand coming out of the All-Star break. He joked that he had said to somebody on the Warriors staff, "Is Looney our best player right now?" And I think you could certainly make the case that he's been the Warriors' most consistent player this year. For sure, the most consistent player outside of Steph, although Steph has missed 26 games. So he's been in and out of the lineup, which obviously creates some problems. Although the Warriors, Whitey, again, and I have to say this every time I'm going to go down this road, the issue is not Steph Curry. But the problem for the Warriors, and this was a conversation we got into yesterday on Steiny and Guru's show in the last couple of days, the Warriors are 14-12 without Steph, and they're 22-23 now with Steph. And I think you could make the case, and I know we touched on this, I think, a little bit last week, that the Warriors, how they built this team, it was better to be able to survive without Steph. But for whatever reason, the pieces that have to play significant minutes consistently when they do have Steph, whether that means more 3-guard lineups, which haven't worked, whether it means Steph is going to be taking shots that others need to take to work themselves into a rhythm, whatever it is, more of a belief that with Steph you're invincible and you can coast because you've got one of the greatest players on the planet, and that leads to issues defensively or with effort because you have that safety net of, well, Steph's going to go off at some point and save us. And so you're not quite as buttoned up around Steph. Like, whatever it is, the story of this team season, one of the many, if it ends in a bad way, is going to be the fact that they survived without Steph for extended stretches. And I know a lot of that was they played bad teams, and a lot of it was they played home games.
Yes, yeah.
But they don't win those games on the road, even when Steph plays. And so, like that, again, and it's not Steph Curry's fault. Steph Curry's the least of the Warriors' freaking problems. But there are three players specifically that I think have played significantly better or more impactful when Curry has been out. And their games have been much more difficult to fit in a box that leads to winning when Curry's played. And again, this is on the players, not on Steph. but it's Jordan Poole, the obvious one, who when he goes back to the bench, he's a different player. I think Dante DiVincenzo has not been as impactful when Curry's been back and in the fold. I think with Wiggins out and him starting, he's still going to get a lot of minutes. And I think the other one, for whatever reason, is Kuminga. Like Kuminga has, I think when he knows he's going to get a little bit more run and is a little bit more needed, he has had a tendency, and a lot of his splits have been home away, but he's brought it a little bit more. He's been higher motor, I think, in some of those other games where the Warriors collectively, because they haven't had Steph, have had to be higher motor.
I think Steph, we know that he recognizes when someone else is hot, especially when it's Clay. And this is the point I was trying to make earlier. It's a very interesting thing going on with the team right now. I think there are too many times, and last night was an example, where Steph recognizes this game is winnable and really no one else is doing much. And so I'm going to have to do more because I'm capable of it. And when that happens, yeah, it's amazing to see. But also, in a way, defensively, the Warriors become easier to guard because the other team then is so focused on him. But I don't think it's him limiting his teammates as much as him reacting to them not producing. And I think that's the problem.
No, they've got to produce.
Yeah.
They've got to figure out, and the coaching staff has to figure out ways to get them to produce with this team. It's just this team has looked more disconnected in an odd way when they've been closer to whole than when they've been shorthanded. And whether that there's an effort component to that, I don't know. But that, as we do the autopsy, if this thing ends badly for the Warriors, I do think is something that's going to have to be examined. 888-957-9570. Back to the phones we go. Will in Berkeley next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Will.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Good.
Hey, I was just thinking when you were just talking about the coaching part, and I'll go back to that in a minute, but it's funny because we always, as humans, try to lay blame on other people, and I feel like, if we did a performance evaluation, we figure out who's doing what, and I think it goes across the board. And I think it's really about continuity. I mean, if you think about it, we haven't had a real continuous group of players. People have been injured, people have been out, Wiggins is out. So I think really about we're kind of reinventing the wheel every single time we play a different game or a different series. And you were just talking about the coaches. I think we have really been tripping on the fact that we don't have Mike Brown. And if you think about it, a lot of those assistant coaches, a lot of those guys are sort of brand new in that system. And if you think about, they're teaching the new guys. And so there's not any continuity right now. There's no gelling right now. And so I really think we missed that part of it as well.
I think it is part of it. And look, we've had the discussion about Mike Brown and the fact that the Kings have played a little bit better defense the last couple weeks. They're hot again. They keep winning close games. The defense, they've been the opposite of the Warriors. They win on the road and they win close games at a consistent rate, but they also don't have to quite be as good defensively because they consistently put the ball in the basket. What I wanted to relate back to Mike Brown and his departure, because I don't think it's necessarily defense specific. That was the point that I was getting at. Mike Brown was the guy for Steve Kerr who had his lineup card and had his rotation sheet and kept things organized. And yes, he did become the defensive coordinator with more defensive-oriented players on this Warriors team, especially when they're whole. And he came up with a lot of game-specific defenses that the Warriors deployed last year and were able to execute. But Mike Brown is really good at noticing things that are going on within a game and matchups and different ways to attack. So I do think his loss collectively, not just the defense, because the defense hasn't translated to the Kings, although they're having an unbelievable season at this point. I think they've won 10 of their last 12. His loss has been felt in a big-time way for the Warriors this year. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Here's why I'd push back on that a little, and I know they miss him, and he's an excellent coach, and he's not there, so clearly they miss him. To me, what the most impactful thing he's done in Sacramento is he's gotten buy-in. He's filled a leadership void there. He stepped in, and this is the way we do things, and the players have been hungry for that. It's kind of similar to what happened when Harbaugh took over as a coach of the 49ers.
They're more organized.
Yes, and that's to his credit, to their credit. He's coach of the year. He should be the coach of the year. I think he's probably going to be coach of the year. I don't know if he'd have the same impact in Golden State. They'd be better. I don't know how much better. This year, to me, reminds me of that play-in year, and he was here during that. So my point is, I think some of the things that he's doing really well in Sacramento wouldn't necessarily translate here. Yes, they'd be better if they had him because he's a great coach, but I don't think that's the answer. Why are they so much they're not as good as last year? Oh, it's because they lost Mike Brown. I don't quite, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't quite see that.
It's a small part of a big list.
Yeah,
of reasons why the Warriors are not better. And again, I like Mike Brown is an organized dude.
Yeah,
he's methodical. He's detailed. He's intelligent. Like Mike Brown does bring an order. I think I tend to think of Mike Brown as an assistant coach, kind of the way Steve Kerr will talk about Andre Iguodala over the years as a player. Right? He settles things down. He's also a real positive guy to be around. Like he's one of the few guys that has the ability, and not every coach can do this, to be kind of aw shucks, joking around, everything's fun, but also be a hard ass.
Yep.
And be respected as being a hard ass in one moment, but also be laughed at for being loosey goosey in the next moment. And so many coaches can't get away with that. I think there is a refreshing component to Mike Brown, just him being around. He's just a likable, relatable dude, I think, to a lot of these guys.
Quick example of exactly what you're talking about. They just beat the Nets, and it was a really sloppy game, and the Kings' offense is off the charts this year, and they didn't really play very well offensively, but they won. So Mike Brown was laughing. He goes, I never thought I'd say this about this team, but they were gritty. So it's like, ha, ha, ha. But at the same time, he's telling his team, you guys need to be more like that in the playoffs. Exactly that. Ha, 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 we won. But for him to say, never thought I'd call these guys gritty, sending a message to them. And I wonder if the Warriors, anticipating there would be a void there, if that was one of the reasons they were so determined to bring Iguodala back.
Yeah, possibly. Although, you look at Iguodala now going to need the surgery. And, that roster spot is looking more and more like it's going to be a whiff among many roster spots that have been unusable, unfortunately, for the Warriors this season. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Whitey Gleason here on 95.7 The Game. Let's get back to the phones. Austin next in San Jose on Warriors This Week. Hey, Austin.
What's up, fellas? What's up, my guys? Listen, good to talk to you guys as always. It's about, just talk about Mike Brown for a minute. Mike Brown reminds me a little bit of just keeping like a Don Nelson type, man. He gets in the guy's heads and basically lets them know what other people think about him. This is what the league's saying about you, dude. You need to get your game. And I think he has a way of being able to get guys to play to a different level because they want to get that monkey off their back. So I think, and the other thing about it is you guys keep talking about defense with Mike Brown. It's really about imbalance, keeping teams off balance. And, you have to play us. We're not worried about you. You need to worry about us. That type of attitude. So I think that's why they're winning, frankly. And with the Warriors, I think it's more of, hey, chemistry. This team does not. I've sort of said it for a while that you can pick the names you want, of course, Steph is Steph, but the team as a whole, guys, in my opinion, just does not work very well. And we tend to fall in love with guys that we think are pretty good, but they're really just average. Like, I hate to say it, but DiVincenzo, Lamb, Jermichael Green, these guys are just okay players. They're not even comparable to the second teams of the Clippers and guys like that if you put them up one for one. So they've got to be careful. Next year, where I'm going with this guy, complete reset, I'm going to go on record as saying that I don't think Bob Myers is coming back. I actually would actually like to see a change there from my perspective. Let's change the GM. Ask Kerr if he wants to stay in that spot for one more year. And let's move forward with a different perspective, guys. That's my thoughts. Talk to you later.
Yeah, look, Austin's not alone in that. I would be reluctant unless you're going to go down the path of major changes among the personnel to do that. Like, I would not change up the general manager and or head coach and then say, hey, Steph, Clay, and Draymond are all coming back, and you're going to want to win. Like, to me,
I agree.
They are all tied together in this thing. And so if you make the case that the Big Three era is done, then you're also making the case that likely winning championships is done at that point. And so to me, it's all connected. The Warriors may find themselves in a spot where one or two of those guys, meaning Myers and Kerr, are not around and the other 3 are, and, we'll see if that's the way that it shakes out. We can evaluate it then, but I would be reluctant, Whitey, to be making those kinds of changes unless it's part of a bigger wholesale. All right, this era is now over. We're declaring it over, and these are the new goals now moving forward. And I just don't see the Warriors wanting to do that, and it relates to a conversation that we can get into about Steph specifically. I mean, Steph Curry is still playing on a night-in, night-out basis at an out-of-this-world championship caliber level, even as he turns 35 a couple of days ago. And so I think it would be really hard to tell Steph Curry, hey, we're not in the championship business anymore. Going into a season. It's one thing if you're not good enough when the season plays out, but to basically make the statement that that's not the goal anymore because you're tearing pieces away that have been so key in them winning all of these championships and getting to these finals, I think that has the potential to be problematic when it looks like Steph's prime is extending now well into his mid-30s.
Yeah, that's it. Austin, as always, makes a compelling argument. I'm not with him, but here's the thing. I am with him as far as I don't think Bob Myers is coming back, and I haven't heard anything, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm with him on that. But as far as, it's time to tear it down. JD, it's not time now, whether he's right or I'm right or you're right. It's not. You don't have to make that decision now. A big part of that is going to be, well, what does happen when assuming they get to the postseason? Are they able to flip that switch? If they look like a different team, they find some level of consistency in the postseason, then I think it would be ridiculous. Even if they don't win a championship, I think it'd be ridiculous at that point to say, yeah, that's it. We're getting rid of everybody. To his point about DiVincenzo, Lamb, and Green, that's the reality of where they are now with the cap, as we all know, with the tax, I should say, and you're going to have to try to find those bargains. The problem with the team this year is that those guys have all had their moments. Green is playing a little better lately, but they've just had to rely on them a lot more than they planned to, and so they've been overexposed because the young players didn't improve as much as they hoped they would, plus you've had injuries.
Yeah, and look, the young players are not the problem lately, but the inability for the young players to play, I think, early in the season really set this thing down a bad path. I mean, you look at last night, and really the only young player, I mean, we go back and forth on Poole. Is Poole considered a young player or not? I mean, I consider Poole to be more of a veteran than a young player. Didn't and hasn't played well of late, regardless of what you want to call him. But, I look at a game like last night, and I mean, Kuminga really is the only young player that's playing for the Warriors. Any significant? I know Moody had 12 minutes, but I mean that's more by necessity because you're so shorthanded. If others were available, even if Draymond was available last night, I think Moody probably doesn't play at all in the game last night. So I mean that I think was just being woefully shorthanded at the level that they've been. So you can't. I know the young players always come up and, could that have helped? And the answer is yes, that it could have, but that ship has sailed. I mean, Kuminga is really the only young player, again, unless you consider Poole to be among the young players, Kuminga is really the only one that's going to play a little bit in a playoff setting. And if Wiggins and GP2 are back, it may be even less than people think at that point. Yeah, but
you're always where they are now with the tax, unless they do something about that. They're always going to be looking for last year, of course, it was Porter and Bielitsa, and this year's DiVincenzo and Green. They're always going to be looking for that type of player.
888-957-9570. Charlene in Pleasanton is next here on Warriors This Week. Hey, Charlene, thanks for giving us a call this morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I am enjoying this conversation. You guys are going so deep in detail about the season. I just wanted to say that, I feel like, and I hate to bring it up with the Draymond thing and Jordan thing, I think it is having an effect. The only reason why I say that is because there's no timeouts where they're patting each other on the back. Coaches are getting in their ears. I don't see any of that on the road. When they're at Chase, they have Chase backing them up, getting them all hyped. But on the road, it's complete. That bench is dead, and Steph doesn't do it. Clay's definitely not that type of leader, and Draymond can't be the facilitator in that emotional sense where he can get them all riled up because of what happened. So I don't know. What's your guys' take on that? I just decided to observe that more last night when watching the game, and I'll continue to do it in this game coming up. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Charlene.
Yeah.
I noticed it last night. I made a note of it last night. I mean, they look like they don't like each other on the road, and maybe that's because they're playing poorly, and you're more frustrated. But it's almost as if there's kind of the elephant in the room of what happened back in October, and it's able to be smoothed over, and nobody thinks about it when things are going well. But then when things don't go well, it comes back. You know how you have you ever work with somebody you don't like, but you gotta work with them. You gotta work with them. I know, Craig. Yeah, sorry, brother. You work with somebody you don't like, but you fake it. You get through it, and if things are going well, then you are able to move forward. But the moment things don't go well,
you want to
all
point
of that
fingers. Yeah,
anger and frustration comes back and it rises to the top, and then maybe it doesn't come out in another blow up per se, but you just are looking around like you don't like each other, and I thought that was noticeable on the broadcast last night and has been all year on the road.
I think what we're witnessing this year is at least the partial disintegration of what we refer to as the Warriors culture. And talent means more than anything, and talent sometimes breeds culture. But when you win multiple titles, it's hard to do that in the NBA or even compete for multiple titles without a culture. And we've talked a lot about the Warrior culture, which to me is just a matter of everybody agreeing, all right, we're all in this together, and we're going to have to put some of our personal wishes aside for the good of the team. Iguodala coming off the bench, I think, cemented that in some ways. And now going back to Draymond punching Poole, you just have a lot of examples where it's pretty clear that Steph and Draymond getting frustrated on the court with Poole, putting other things ahead of the team's welfare and benefit. And maybe it'll crumble a little bit and there'll still be enough there where they can build it back. But I think that's happened this year. The Warrior culture, the vaunted culture, which has been very important, it has been deteriorating before our very eyes.
All right, he's Whitey Gleason. I'm John Dickinson. 1 hour in the books. We got 2 hours to come. Have the Warriors failed Stephen Curry? That question pops up, and it did again this week. We'll get into it coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online.
felt like had they gone ahead late, really at any point, they probably would have been able to hang on and win that game, but they were unable to do so. Hawks go on to do just enough. They beat the Warriors 127-119. It's hour number 2 of Warriors This Week with John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text here. Whitey, you asked the question before the show on Twitter, what frustrates you the most about this team right now? A lot of different things that have popped up here in the first hour. We're also at some point in this hour, and we want to get back to the phone calls as well, want to get into something that Bill Simmons said on his podcast after the Clippers game on Wednesday as it relates to Steph. And I think it does lead toward a micro and also macro type conversation about what the Warriors do moving forward.
And that question has to do with Steph and whether they they owe it to him to.
Yeah. Well, and we'll play it coming up here. I do want to get Robin in on the phone line, so we'll play what Bill Simmons had to say, and then the question is basically, have the Warriors failed Steph this year? It's not a question of, but this always pops up.
Yeah.
When the Warriors struggle,
I struggle with it sometimes, but yeah, I understand it.
Yeah. And look, I think it's are they wasting Steph's prime, which is now extended into the mid? Well, they've won 4 championships, so I mean, how could you consider it wasted if they've won all these championships? And look, 2 years they had no shot because Klay Thompson was hurt, and so you could almost make the case that hey, the last 6 years the Warriors were, or the last 6 years the Warriors were capable of winning a championship. They've won 4 and made it to the finals the other 2.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad.
So. That's I don't know that that's necessarily wasting, but for this season, when you look at where the Warriors are, I know Steph himself though has missed 26 games, which I do think to no fault of his own is part of that conversation. But the team that's been built around Steph this season has looked like it hasn't been necessarily the best fit at times, especially on the road. So we'll get into that.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
888-957-9570. Let's go back to the phones here. We'll get to Robin in San Francisco to get us going here in the second hour. What's going on, Robin?
Hey, so good morning, you guys.
Hello.
Good morning, you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing that comes to my mind when they say, oh, I mean, my daddy used to say, if I pay you, I don't owe you nothing. But anyway, my dad would pay me to go to the store and tell me not to detour and to bring him his change. But anyway, because, I didn't like going to the store for anybody. But here's the deal. How can they fail Steph? Because if you put things in perspective, right, you guys have been saying it all along. Warrior fans want to face this. Because of the money reflects, and because of how they're strapped, they got the players according to the money, and the talent is not good enough around the core to win. I call them Pookie and them, okay?
Yeah.
And so that's just the bottom line to that. But I do want to point this out. Because I don't like shift blaming, but what I see. Last night I had to turn it off. To me, I got too unwatchable. But what I see is the lack of facilitating. I just think we don't have facilitators. And in the past, we had facilitators. Because if Steph's going to work off the ball and Draymond's going to be out, Draymond in the past, when we were good, he wasn't the only facilitator. Okay, so I think, I see the Warriors as like a football team that can be picked apart, like a Patrick Mahomes picking the secondary, picking them apart. Eventually they just get picked apart, okay? And so, sometimes when you're just average, you're just average. And in terms of Steph, I want to point this out to you guys, and I don't know if I've said this to you guys before, but I think that Steph and Draymond and Klay have been unprofessional in terms of throwing up their hands when Jordan Poole makes a mistake, throwing your mouthpiece. I mean, you know what? Accountability works both ways. And if they're going to be the core and we owe Steph in it, then you know what? You can't treat your teammates like that, okay? I'm sorry. Bye, you guys.
All three of those guys, to Robin's point, have had moments this year where they've visibly been frustrated in some form or fashion with Jordan Poole and kind of let it be known to the world. And I think, Whitey, there's some Warrior fans that think, hey, that's the big three. It's the championship core. They can do whatever they want. They eat for free in the Bay Area for life, and any other player has to come along for the ride and do things their way to be successful. And if they're not, then you're not one of us. Like, I do think Warrior fans, there's a good portion of Warrior fans that do view it that way. And it's kind of becomes who's in and who's out. Who's one of our guys? It's almost like and Steiny's referred to it as an exclusive club. Like they're exclusive. Like it's the big three. And Andre gets to come, and then there's times where, like last year, it looked as if Jordan Poole was in the club with the things that he did. Wiggins was in the club. Is Wiggins still in the club? Well, not literally, because he's not around right now. When he comes back, is he still in the club? Like we'll see. Kuminga, I think at time, but Warrior fans love putting Kuminga in the club, but I don't think Kuminga is truly in the club with the other three, and so. I do think that leads down the path toward disconnect and those other things. But it is all on display with Jordan Poole, and he is such a polarizing player because I can already tell you there are a lot of Warrior fans hearing me say that, going, Jordan Poole has to be the one that raises his game to their level to be included in the club, not them having to be nicer to Jordan Poole as he makes mistake after mistake after mistake.
That's what I was getting at when I was talking about the crumbling of the culture. You could understand probably the frustrations that those players have had with Jordan Poole, but the Warriors in the past have been really good at keeping that in-house. Remember after they won in, was it 2018 or 2017, when David West said, there's some 18 things that went on that you guys have no idea. And I don't know about you. I never did. I'm not sure what they were. But the point was everybody realized, all right, it's best for us if we keep this all under wraps and deal with it. And for whatever reason, they haven't been able to do that with Poole this year. And I think it's to the detriment of the team. Also, what Robin said about the facilitator, that's a really interesting basketball point to me. And I know they missed Draymond's facilitating last night. She's right. You used to have like Sean Livingston, Iguodala, and Ty Jerome this year. People are going to go, Ty Jerome. But Ty Jerome was a really good facilitator when he played this year. So I think that's an interesting point that they missed that. Maybe that's one of the reasons that the offense at times gets bogged down, which leads to Steph trying to do too much and leads to too many ill-advised threes because the offense just isn't producing good shots.
888-957-9570 on the Xfinity mobile text line. The punch, the 408 writes, was never resolved. It only went underground. Simmering resentment is the worst, and is worse compared to frank, unpleasant communication. Many people are more along. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. The text got a little bit jumbled up, but yeah, the punch was never resolved. I think the Warriors were, to that point, I think the Warriors were hoping that they would win enough this season to where that would help resolve the punch, and they just haven't for all of these different reasons that we've gotten into. When you don't win enough, any kind of ugliness reverts itself back.
I know I've said this before. I think the punch was caused by some of that resentment. So I don't think it created it. So yeah, it still lingers. It was never dealt with. I agree with the texter there. And it's visible. You can see there's still that resentment, which is just not healthy. As far as Robin's response to what you pointed out, Bill Simmons saying, questioning whether the Warriors are failing Steph. I don't know why it's a matter of failing Steph. I mean, if things aren't turned around and they still could be turned around, it's a failure, period. I mean, none of them want to fail. The coach doesn't want, they want to win. So it's not just a matter of, wow, we failed Steph. Steph's done a lot. He's got a tremendous legacy no matter what happens. I don't understand the concept of pulling him out of the whole thing and saying they're failing him. I mean, I know he's a great player.
Well, because he's the greatest player of the group and one of the greatest players of all time. And Simmons added the context, and we'll go ahead and play it because Simmons in the clip compared it to LeBron, basically. And so we'll go ahead and let that. I did want to get one more text in here before we played that on the Xfinity mobile text line. and that is this person disagreed that the big three are exclusive. This person writes from the 408 Xfinity Mobile text line, I think they've shown incredible restraint. One outburst each over the season is not unprofessional. I'm surprised that it's not more. Maybe I should declare, I think it's been at least one. It's not one only. Like, there have been multiple times where there's been the casual eye rolls and things like that.
Draymond giving up on a play is not just, that's going to happen. Yeah.
Independent of the punch. Like, Clay is probably the best at hiding it, but like it is abundantly clear to me that Clay looks at Jordan Poole a lot like, dude, you think you can do stuff that I do, and you can't because you're a younger player and you're not that good. And so don't think like you can't take the heat checks that I can because I'm Klay Thompson and you're not. And, you got paid. And I wonder, and I mentioned this to Steiny yesterday, I wonder how much of it is a little bit of resentment from the fact that none of the championship 3 Warriors players got paid at the level that Jordan Poole has gotten paid.
Oh, sure.
This quickly. And we ran through the fact that Steph Curry was making $11 million a year until after he had won a championship and 2 MVPs. Like, he didn't start getting paid until the first Durant year was done with the contract extension that he signed going back to the 4 and 44 going back. I think that kicked in 12-13. Or maybe it was even 13-14. I think it was 13-14, 14-15, 16.
And not only that,
13,
JD.
14.
Yeah, just contrast the way Steph was then, the way he comported himself with the way Jordan Poole comports himself now and always has. He's just much more arrogant, frankly. So if you're Steph, you could see how, wait a minute, who does this guy think he is? So I understand the resentment, but still, it should be dealt with a lot more professionally than it has been.
888-957-9570. Let's keep it rolling on the phone lines. We got a lot of people that want to talk. We will play that Bill Simmons audio coming up here and get into the Steph-specific conversation on Warriors this week here on 95.7 The Game. It's JD and Whitey. Let's go to Joe in San Francisco next here on 95.7 The Game.
Guys.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, guys. Happy Saturday. Enjoy the lack of rain until it comes in a couple more hours. I've been watching this franchise since I was about 10, and I'm 55, unfortunately. So I've seen it all. I love the big three. I'm unapologetically the greatest Draymond apologist. But the thing that is to prove evidence of this division between the old and new, it was the most tangible thing we saw on opening night. What happened on opening night? It was the ring ceremony. Guess who got rings? Everybody involved. Guess who got those fancy extra nugget rings with that little Golden Gate Park, Golden Gate Bridge in it? It was Andre, it was Steph, it was Clay, it was and Draymond, and it wasn't Looney and it wasn't Wiggins, who they would not have won anything without those guys. Andre did nothing to win that championship, but he gets the special ring, and those guys get the same ring as everybody else did. So I think that, and I was like a little startled by that. I mean, but they can do what they want to do. That's their choice. But to me, that was the most demonstrable manifestation of the in-group, us versus them on this team. And that is, I think, showing it's great when you got extra talent and, when there's someone like KD or David West to help carry the load and win these games. But when you don't, you see the fractures. And so I don't think there's anything to deny there's that kind of dynamic on the team. What do you guys think?
I think that's an interesting Whitey, you're kind of shaking your head.
I hadn't thought of that.
No, it's a deep one. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's interesting. I mean, there is clearly, and I don't know whether that is the manifestation of it and all of this, but or if it was something that was even noticed or discussed, to be honest. But it is. I can't say it's not nothing either. Like, there is clearly an in and an out, kind of crew vibe to this thing, and I think the fan base has picked sides. The fan base has their guys among this team, right? And it is Steph above everybody because Steph is on the LeBron, Magic, Larry Bird, Jordan level. He is on that level of superstar, and so he is kind of in his own category with this thing. And then you've got Clay and Draymond, who are kind of equal in their own way, although even that conversation gets divisive over the years. I mean, there have been a lot of Warrior fans that have just been done with Draymond, that were done with Draymond a year ago, that were done with Draymond on the punch. But there is the three and Andre, as long as Andre wants to hang out,
right.
Even though I would quibble with the fact Andre did a hell of a lot more last year than he's done this year. I think he's been a whiff this year.
Mm-hmm.
And you can, +5 in his 10 minutes tonight. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. That's where I come over to your pew as far as
the plus minus. Yeah.
The plus minus. Andre's been a joke this year, and now he's hurt, and we all knew he was going to get hurt, and whatever. He wasn't going to really help him because he wasn't going to be available. He helped them last year. I will say that, especially early in the season.
Yeah. Well, Joe's ring theory is interesting. I hadn't considered it. I'll ponder it further, Joe. Thank you as always for listening. Appreciate it. Where this started, in my opinion, is even in the play-in year, and then especially last year, when you had Draymond and I know Iguodala going public and talking about how Iguodala at one point said some very pointed things about you can't win this way. Iguodala said it's disrespectful to your veterans to try to win this way. Do you remember that? I mean, it wasn't talked about a lot, but he said it publicly, and it was in print, and that's where it became evident that those four felt like, you know what, we deserve better treatment. They need to get veteran players to help us win because of all we've done. Now, last year, of course, they didn't do that, and they still won. But that didn't mollify those four. They still felt this year when things are going sideways, I think there was a sense of, see, we knew it. We were right all along. We carried them through last year, and we produced this miracle, but you still can't win that way. So I think the divide there started really more between those four and the way the organization was going about things, and then the young players to the veterans just became kind of a symbol of, yeah, this is what they're giving us. We deserve better than these guys. They're bringing us down, and we're having to carry them, and we can't do it. It's not fair.
All right, let's get to Dave in San Jose. 888-957-9570. Well said, Whitey. Dave on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Love the show and appreciate the therapy you provide me. My wife and daughters are tired of hearing this, so I got you guys. But anyway, whether it's a chasm or actually friction, there's clearly a growing divide between the big three and really the rest of the team, and particularly the younger players. And it manifests itself in several ways in the course of a game. Last night was one play in particular. This play happens probably 2 to 3 times a game with one of the younger players. There was a play in the second quarter, it's forgotten now, where Jonathan Kuminga had a dunk. And as he goes up to dunk the ball, I think he saw out of the corner of his eye Klay Thompson open for a 3, and he felt he had to pass the ball to him. And he gave up 2 points for a Klay 3, and of course Klay missed. And that play with the younger players happens multiple times in the course of a game where they're passing up layups, they're passing up clean look 5-10 footers to throw it out to one of the big three, or the big two rather, Clay or Steph, so they can take their shots. And I think that's a detriment to the team, and perhaps that's why Jordan Poole's so unpopular, because he does not defer. I think Jordan Poole's thinking, hey, not only do I got my money, but I got a ring too. So he's open, he shoots. There's no deference in Jordan Poole's game to Clay and Steph, and I think that's really becoming part of the problem.
I think the last part is great. I think the whole call was excellent.
Mm-hmm.
But the Jordan Poole, Jordan Poole's got his money and he's got his ring. So I think when you talk about the club, I think Jordan Poole says, hey, I'm in the club. I should be in the club. I started a bunch of games last year. I started playoff games for this team and helped y'all win a title. You don't win it without me, and yet I'm not in the club, so to speak. The point about Kuminga was excellent as well, and it hasn't just been the young players that have done that this year, but I know exactly the play he's talking about. And
my wife went crazy. My wife went crazy when that happened.
They have turned down layups for threes in general all year, But I think, and Kuminga is somebody specifically, we've talked about the fact that Steve Kerr has said, hey, keep it moving, but it's more with the 3-point shot. Don't take the first three. Like when you have, like nobody I think has a problem with Kuminga going up and try to make a layup or a dunk. Like, so yeah. Maybe there's something lost in the communication there between the coaching staff and Kuminga, or maybe it is, as the caller alluded to, the fact, Dave, that Kuminga was trying to be overly deferential to one of the vets, and it just doesn't work out.
It's an interesting point. I hadn't considered that because it did look like, Kuminga had the dunk, and you do see that more in basketball. It's not just the Warriors you see, and I think we talked about it last week. You see more often than ever before players look like they got a layup and they'll kick it out for a three. But three's more than two, but a sure two, a dunk is better than a chance on a three. So I wonder what his thinking was on that play. That's a very astute observation by Dave. And I also love the way he asked whether it's friction or a chasm. Chasm is a gap. Friction is like where you got things are grinding. And it's at times on the road. At home, it looks more like a chasm, like a disconnect, and they're able to deal with it. On the road, it looks like absolute friction between the young contingent and the veteran core.
Quick text message here, 888-957-9570, 415. The ring thing was nothing. And this is a good point, and one that I had meant to bring up, and we never did it. We got onto another call. Those guys got different rings because they are the only four to be a part of all four championships, which I think, I mean, how it's taken is open to debate, but the specific reason why they got different rings was because of that. So I do think. So
didn't Looney get one that had like two on there? I mean, it depends how many you've won. Yeah,
exactly. So that was a different thing altogether as far as that goes. I appreciate the text from the 415 to make sure that we acknowledged that. And then the 510, we can be done with Draymond all we want as Warrior fans, but without Draymond, our ring chances after this year drastically shrink unless someone with a similar defensive caliber is signed or drafted in the offseason. We can get into that coming back. We still got to play the Ben Simmons, his take on Steph and all of that, and we'll get into that conversation as well. As we are halfway through here on a Saturday, it's Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Marvel Studios' action-packed blockbuster, Black Panther, quickly became a global sensation and cultural phenomenon, delivering a new dimension of what superhero films could be. This spring, relive the excitement in a whole new way as the San Francisco Symphony performs the Oscar-winning score live to the film on the big screen at Davies Symphony Hall, March 24th and 25th. Tickets available at sfsymphony.org. That's sfsymphony.org.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved the weight loss medication semaglutide, and it's helping millions of patients from Hollywood to Broadway lose weight for good. At Balanced Medical Solutions, we can determine if this breakthrough medication is right for you. Step 1 is to identify any underlying conditions that can thwart your efforts, such as a hormonal imbalance. Stop guessing and arm yourself with knowledge. Our medical evaluation with labs is only $99. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th for their Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities and factory direct pricing. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show is back for its 40th anniversary season of cool cars, cool people, and good time. Cruise on hot for the Good Guys 39th Grundy Insurance All-American Get-Together, March 25th and 26th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Don't miss over 3,000 American-made or powered show cars of all years on display. Good Guys CPP autocross racing action and indoor lowrider display and so much more. It's all happening March 25th and 26th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Hang with the Good Guys where real car people come to play. Get details at good-guys.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Tax refund shock is everywhere. But what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited-time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
It's not mental. I think we're competing. We're playing pretty well. I thought we've played pretty well tonight and in LA for much of that Clipper game. But it's hard to win on the road in this league. So just not getting it done.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Whitey, the Warriors are finding it hard to win on the road more than any other team, just about, in the NBA. Steve Kerr praising his team's effort again last night in Atlanta, shorthanded as they were, but they did lose to the Hawks, 127-119, as we welcome you back here on Warriors This Week. 10 in a row in the loss column for the Warriors. And wow, I mean, it's pretty amazing. The Warriors, the last time they lost 10 straight road games, so you may remember it, Whitey. It was in the 15-50 season.
Oh yes,
from
what a year that was.
December the 13th of 2019 to January 30th of 2020. The Warriors, the last time they dropped 10 straight. 5 of the last 7 overall, because 5 of the last 7 have been on the road, and the Warriors continue the road trip in Memphis tonight, back in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies, who had a miraculous comeback. Whitey, they were down 6 with about 15 seconds left in San Antonio, hit a 3, got a turnover, hit another 3, went to overtime, and ended up winning in overtime at San Antonio. So they are still alive. It's basically Denver's the 1, and then you've got Memphis and Sacramento are battling for 2 and 3. And then Phoenix and the Clippers and everybody else beyond that from 4 all the way down to about 11 or 12 at this point.
Yeah, I know everyone's crazy about March Madness, and I get it. I understand the brackets, and it's fun. But I was watching, was it Thursday night, and Houston was on against Northern Kentucky, and I was like, yeah, whatever. Turn on NBA TV, and it says, Suns in the Magic. That was an awesome game. But my point is, for all the talk of March Madness, we had some great games in the NBA last night with Maxi Kleber making a miraculous shot for Dallas to knock off the Lakers, and that's a huge win for both teams, obviously, in the Western Conference standings.
Yeah, and every time it has looked like the Lakers are making a run at this point, they have had a loss like last night.
Yeah.
And you look at the standings right now, and because Utah and the Pelicans have been so bad, the Pelicans lost late at Houston last night, blew a lead in that game. They are now 12th in the West. Portland is done. They've lost 5 in a row.
They're talking about shutting down Dame for the rest of the year now.
Yeah, and so they're 31-39. That's a game where you always look at least I do, who do you have left still to play? And the Warriors still have the last game of the regular season for the Warriors is in Portland on April the 9th. So that's a game where, hey, if you need that game, that's a game that you may be able to play all your regulars against a shell of what Portland is as they try and lose as many games as possible, calling off the Dogs here. Also, the injury report for the Warriors and the Grizzlies is out back-to-back, so that injury report gets released a little bit later in the day. And so just looking at the injury report for the Warriors tonight, Jonathan Kuminga popped up on the injury report, right ankle soreness. He, though, is probable. Warriors still without Andrew Wiggins and Gary Payton II, and, of course, Andre Iguodala. But Steph, Clay, and Draymond all good to go for the second of a back-to-back. I know Draymond got a lot of headlines for saying it's hard for him to get out of bed in March. Draymond also said he can't be messing around missing games in March. That was, of course, before he picked up that 16th technical foul.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Big Three good to go in Memphis. For the Grizzlies, they've been without Steven Adams for a while. Brandon Clark tore his Achilles. Zaire Williams is on a G League assignment, and, of course, John Morant continues now his league suspension. The final game before John Morant is eligible to come back for the Grizzlies is tonight, although it sounds like he's not quite going to be back because he's still ramping up his basketball activities after being out here for the last few weeks.
Hey, real quick, you may have seen this note from ESPN.com yesterday. The Warriors and Lakers for the 2021-22 season combined to pay more than $88 million in revenue-sharing receipts. So let's see. The Warriors also paid an additional $170 million in luxury tax payments. Lakers another $45 million. We knew about all this stuff, but it's interesting to see it actually broken down. 20 teams collecting a total of $404 million in revenue sharing. But the Warriors and Lakers combining to pay more than $88 million in revenue sharing receipts to the smaller market teams, and the Warriors with the additional $170 million just in the luxury tax payments, which again has a lot to do with some of the decisions they make that leave some people going, hey, why in the world would you do that?
Absolutely, and I think it leads down the path of you only have minimum contracts to offer veterans and your mid-level. They were able to get Dante DiVincenzo for part of their mid-level going back this past year and got him on a bargain. Are they going to be able to keep him? Probably not. Nope. And so, yeah, you were able to get JaMychal Green to come in. You get Gary Payton II back in a trade, but you give up Wiseman to do that, have a little bit of luxury tax savings, all part of that deal. 888-957-9570. Brandon, back to the phones we go. Brandon on the road here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, guys, huge fans of the show. First-time caller. I was hoping just to take it back a couple weeks ago to when Steve Kerr was, talking about the disconnect in the team. And, I think we all recognize that there's certainly a lack of trust in crunch time situations. But what I've been noticing lately is, an unfortunate level of, internal conflict, not to make it sound too rhetorical, but, I'd see Jordan Poole trying to throw up these shots that, Clay would always hit in the prime of his career. Steph continues to prove it, game in and game out, that he can do this. And I think what it leads to is, guys like Clay saying, hey, nice try, youngin. Let me show you how it's done. And ultimately, that's just leading to very poor shot selection. And instead of looking at the other team, people not wearing Warriors uniforms, you've got them looking at maybe potentially like a stat line and saying, I can get this done, instead of focusing on the main goal of just beating the other team. And I think it's not the correct approach. It's going to create, some unhealthy situations. But, I'd just love to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Whitey, I'll let you attack it. I still think the most frustrating thing for me, and bad defense is bad defense, and the point of attack defense has been awful for the Warriors this year, the home road splits. The most frustrating thing for me in watching this team this season has been the shot selection and the inability to kind of know when you're hot and it's okay to take a heat check versus when maybe you're being successful in another way, like the Warriors were last night in the paint and moving the ball and basically able to get a layup anytime they want against the Hawks. There were too many times they let the Hawks off the hook by by taking shots that when they go in are great shots and when they don't go in are terrible shots. And the Warriors, it's a fine line, but the Warriors have done a pretty bad job, especially on the road this year, in recognizing when is the right time to take those shots, and I think it further hampers already poor defense.
Time passes quickly, especially in the NBA, and I know now it's been quite a while since the Spurs were extending their dynasty. But I think if you're a fan, unless you're a really young fan, you can remember it quite well. And one of the things I'll always remember about those teams, they had 5 championships, and they were spread out in part because they were consistent. And you knew the Spurs, whether it was one of the years they won the championship or not, you knew that at crunch time of certain games, they knew what to do. Tony Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, they had been there so many times. They were doing the same things. Sometimes it worked, sometimes they didn't, but they had faith in that. And to me, it's clear, to Brandon's point right now, you see the Warriors in key situations, they're not sure what they're doing. Things have broken down in that regard. They don't, especially when you don't have all your guys. And I think Jordan Poole has been a big part of that, and his shot selection has been poor at times, very poor. And I could see him trying to see it from his point of view. Everyone gets upset when I take these shots. Clay and Steph, they do whatever they want. So I do think it's another example of that disconnect, which you don't normally see with a veteran multi-title championship team trying to hold it together down the stretch of important games.
There is a little bit of the old rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, it would seem so. Yeah.
kind of thing, which could be on display. I know we had one texter come down my road, Whitey. JD, Jesus, stop. I forget what it was. I already JD,
stop reaching. You sent it to me.
Stop reaching.
Yeah.
Stop reaching.
I don't know what that would be about. Yeah.
I'm not. Sure
I don't even know what that would relate to.
He keeps moving his. He doesn't move his feet. You gotta stop reaching him.
Don't
move your feet.
Yeah, move your feet. You're fouling too much. Yeah.
Yeah, I foul, but I will take any shot that's coming to me, especially from 3.
By the way, I've played basketball with JD. There was a picture. I don't know if you saw. There was a picture on Twitter a couple of days ago of a bunch of guys. I wasn't in it. I wasn't there that day. Did you see it, JD? Picture of the crew from.
Was I in the picture?
Willow Creek. No. You were in the picture.
Oh my goodness!
And he was a massive. He's kind of a 4 or 5. He had some skills, though he could play some 3, and he had that look. And I tell you, I know what that look was. JD, I knew what he was doing on the hardwood, and he was not an easy cover. I'll say that.
Yeah, very, very skilled and willing to bang around a little bit.
Mix it up a little bit. Yeah.
willing to mix it up a little bit.
We don't play like that out here either.
No, we don't play like that out here. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Those were fun times. JD and Whitey, 957 The Game. Also want to let everybody know, next week we are going to be doing this show from Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill from 1 to 4 as part of their spring red tag clearance sale. I know we were out there a few months ago, Whitey, and we just stop by and say hi. It is one of their premier events of the year, really their premier event of the year at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, and it is wonderful. You can check out everything that they have in stock there for your home, and they also they bring out all the barbecues and the cooking stuff and the food, and you can eat well out at Friedman's.
Oh yeah, it's tremendous.
While you check everything out. So yeah, we're going to be out there. Special time. So next week we are not going to be on from 10 until 1 as we typically are, but we'll make sure we get the word out throughout the week and a couple more times here in the next hour and 15 minutes to just let everybody know, hey, didn't go anywhere. We're just going to be on a little bit later to have it coincide with the event that's going to be going on at Friedman's in Pleasant Hill.
Yeah, last time we were out there, one of our Warriors This Week regulars came out, Vince. Vince is coming up here, but I meant to say Gene. Pardon me. Gene, I don't know if you remember that. Gene came by and said hi, so we hope to see everybody out there next week.
Yeah, we hope to see everybody out there next week. It was nice to meet Gene in Oakland.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Stopped by and said hi the last time that we were out there. Let's go to Vince in the city next here on Warriors This Week. Hey, Vince.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to talk about how, I heard you mention that we are a veteran-led team that has multi-championships. But if you look at the roster, there's only 4 guys on this team now who are a part of that. I mean, like the real guys who have been there for all 4. GP2, JK, they were all there for the last one, JP. But, I mean, I kind of started to see it in the postseason with the lack of effort. I don't know how we squeak by some of these teams.
Hello. Yeah, we lost. We
lost that, Vince.
We lost Vince there, and I think. Where do you think Vince was going, Whitey?
My guess is Vince, and I apologize if I'm wrong here. I think he was suggesting, this championship core, the value of having that can be overrated because a lot of the roster didn't have anything to do with the championships, but they did win last year, and that's still your core and still your heart of your team is those 3. Plus Kevon Looney, who's won. He didn't win all of them, but he's won multiple championships. So I think it's still a valid point that there should be the culture and the know-how, the institutional knowledge of what it takes to win close games, especially on the road.
Well, and there's a difference between the guys that have been around as far as the championship core that are still playing at a high level and capable on the floor to contribute to that versus those who have come along and been a part of some of them. I think like Looney's a part of it now, I think for sure. I mean, he's been to multiple. He's been to 3 finals as a guy that's played and helped them win. Helped them win the one last year in a big time way. And so I think Looney is considered part of that. But it's also you have the players that have been there that are the older players, the veteran players that it's a matter of leadership versus actual play, right? Like what you're expecting is the leadership of the guys who have been there to trickle down to the others. But the reality is that the guys who have actually done it on the floor repeatedly is more limited than maybe the credit is given, I guess, if that makes sense.
I do think there feels like, and there shouldn't, but there feels like there's a leadership void on this team this year. A lot of that is because of what Draymond did, punching Jordan Poole, and I think he's even admitted, right? We've talked about it. He says that kind of compromised his standing amongst his teammates in the locker room. Steve Kerr certainly is a fine coach, but he's never been the disciplinarian. I'm sure there's more of that than we know that goes on behind the scenes. Steph is a leader, but he's not the type, to get into teammates' faces. And it just seems like this year they seem at times a little more rudderless than I would think they would be. And there's also this split, this road home split. I don't think anyone knows what to make of it. Anybody here listening on the team in the front office, because we've never seen anything like it before in the history of the NBA, JD. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, no, it is incredible, and nightly it continues to show out. Like you'd almost think accidentally you could win a road game,
right?
Just by somebody hits a shot or somebody one gets thrown to you. I mean, it just you watch some of the games last night, and the way that they are blown. I mean, there was a game. I'll give you. We talk about the Kings from time to time. I mean, the Kings absolutely gave away a game in Chicago the other night. They were up 6 with about 15, 20 seconds left, I think. Maybe it was a little more. That might have been closer to 40. But they were up 6 in the final half minute, basically. And the Bulls tied the game. Bulls hit a bucket.
Harrison Barnes with a foul on DeRozan shooting a three.
They fouled DeRozan on a three that he made, and all of a sudden it was just like tie game. But De'Aaron Fox goes down, one more possession, and De'Aaron Fox hits a three. It was the second time this year the Kings had done that, exactly that, blown a 6-point lead in the final 30 seconds, but De'Aaron Fox hit a three at the buzzer to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just like the Warriors have had none of that where they do everything they can to lose a game. Like if we saw the Warriors do that in Utah. The Warriors played that game that the Kings have played twice in Utah, and they got beat at the buzzer in that game. And it just, again, nobody's feeling bad for the Warriors. You got to be buttoned up, but it just goes to show how crazy the fact that you don't just fall into one here or there has been for this team.
Yeah, I do think it's mental, and I think Steve Kerr addressed that, because you don't want to admit that. It's in our heads, but they don't have confidence on the road, and you can see them kind of expecting things to go wrong. But also they're so shorthanded. I think the key point, we made it earlier, is that when you're playing on the road like last night, when you're shorthanded, you don't have Wiggins, you don't have Draymond Green, those are two massive losses, and you have a chance to win a game on the road. You just can't afford to make the mistakes, the self-inflicted wounds. Can't afford them, and the Warriors just continue to make far too many of them.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Whitey Gleason, Warriors this week here at 95.7 The Game. Let's go ahead and hear the Bill Simmons clip. I know I've been teasing this, and then we get phone calls, and we want to get to the people on the phone lines. We've had a lot of great interaction today on the text line as well. But this was Bill Simmons talking about this season specifically. This was after the Warriors lost to the Clippers and Steph Curry.
You didn't hear him say a peep about the fact that they did jack for him this year, right? Think about like if LeBron was scoring 35 a game for the Lakers and they had all these young guys on the team. And we've seen LeBron just completely turn on young guys or be like, get this guy out of here. Can you imagine LeBron just being like, oh yeah, ho-hum, 35 and 33, and none of our young guys could help me? I'm pretty sure he probably would have pushed for some trades. And maybe that's one of the many differences between them. And maybe that's not even a bad thing. But for Curry, he stays out of it and he lets the chips fall where they may. And he trusts that the Warriors are going to do right by him.
And to this point, that has worked out. Is that a miss on Bill Simmons' part? Do you think is that fair or foul? Because there's a lot going on here. I think he was relating it to the trade deadline when you extend out the conversation. We've also had the discussion today, Whitey, that it's not really totally about the young players this year. I think early in the season it was. At different points it has been. But like recently, it's not really about the young players not carrying their weight. If anything, you could make the case it's the veterans that haven't totally carried their weight consistently enough.
I think it's wrong. I think it's incorrect. I understand where he's coming from, but to me, it's incorrect to suggest that LeBron, who is so vocal, and he'll do it publicly, we need to do this, we need to do that, but Steph he's fine with whatever you do. I don't think that's true. Steph's no dummy, and his legacy is vitally important to him, and he's, as we all know, he's just hyper competitive, and he realizes, hey, I'm 35 now, not going to be around forever. What are we going to do to win? So I'm sure he's very involved in that. He just doesn't feel the need to do it publicly like LeBron does. So I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think that's a mischaracterization of Steph as just somebody who's like, well, whatever they want to do, I'm okay with it. And then you also have to consider what moves were available. The big move would have been, and I know we've debated this, maybe you trade everybody or a lot of pieces for OG Anunoby, but that wasn't necessarily an automatic, yeah, they should do that. You've made the case they should have, and maybe they should have, but I don't think there was anything obvious there that they just turned their noses up because too bad, Steph, we don't care. So I think it's an oversimplification of the situation.
Yeah, I think we also don't know that Steph doesn't vocalize
you're right.
his takes.
I think he does.
He just does it in a different way.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily – like every time LeBron gives one of his takes, he leaks it to somebody and it gets reported. Exactly. Right? Mm-hmm. So every time LeBron goes into the front office and says, hey, I like this player, I don't like this player, we need to make a bunch of trades, it always comes out as sources say, Lakers have to consider da-da-da because LeBron's not happy. Steph may just go into the office and just say it, and they have a conversation, and that's the end of it. It stays private.
I agree, because he recognizes that's the best. The team doesn't benefit from me going public with all that. So yeah, that's what I say. That's where I think he's wrong, is this notion that Steph just sits there and, okay, whatever they want to do is fine with me. I ain't buying that for a minute.
I think the more relatable conversation as it relates to this year's roster construction and what do the Warriors do moving forward. So I do think there's two branches to kind of go in as far as what the Warriors expected from this team this year. They didn't get it from the younger players early in the season. I think some of the veteran players they signed, DiVincenzo's been a great fit. JaMychal Green really hasn't fit for the most part, although there have been individual games where you can say, hey, JaMychal Green has helped them, especially recently on this homestand. Klay Thompson was awful for 2 months this season, and then he was spectacular for the last 2.5 months.
And now he just looks tired again, huh? Klay just looks a little flat. Not bad, but just kind of flat.
Well, his home road splits of late have been very different. I went through that on Thursday with Steiny, just going through the individual games, and most of his big games have been home games where he's shot it well, and on the road it's been a little bit more hit or miss. And we had a texter earlier that said for all the discussion, guys, about Jordan Poole's defense, Klay makes just as many mistakes and is bad when he has to guard on the ball as Poole is sometimes, and that leads to problems in other areas, and you're just not used to seeing it or holding Klay accountable for it.
Yeah, I still think that's been the biggest problem, as Steve Kerr has said. Of all the issues, there are many. We talked about, you could almost make a bracket of things that are frustrating about this year's Warriors team, but the lack of defense compared to what it's been in past years, even last year, tops in the league, that's been the single biggest issue for the Warriors. That's why they hoped that getting Payton would address that, and maybe it still will, but that's been the biggest problem.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. There is 1 hour to come, 2 hours in the books. It's Warriors This Week here on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Nature Valley Crunchy Bars are the snack for out there. You know, the place where you hear sounds like this. And this. Oh, and this. Nature Valley. Life happens out there.
From town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are advocating for what's right. We're working to increase affordable housing supply and ensure fair housing for all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
It's Saturday, and this is Johnny Mosley with your Toyota Tahoe report. We have mixed conditions around the lake, but there's still great skiing to be had. Just hop in your Toyota and get up here.
Thanks, Johnny. Partly cloudy skies today with light and variable winds. Temperatures should be around 46 degrees. Clouds will increase in the evening with light rain and possible snow developing overnight. More snow is expected next week. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Remember college? 5-Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with Pure Flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned how to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network, my little brother's friends won't leave our house. When I was their age, internet with basically no interruptions was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Now through March 21st, new customers can get 1 gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network. It's just $30 a month for 2 years when you add mobile with unlimited data. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Save on select essential accessories plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Every piece of land has a story. For the Caggianos, it's keeping their yard pristine with a John Deere Z530MC track mower. Because it's not just a yard, it's a gathering place.
Work and play kind of meld together for us.
They run a brewery, harvest their own hops, and keep things tidy for their guests.
People say, what are you? Are you a farmer or a brewer? So I say, I'm a farmer brewer.
When you love what you do, it's not really work. Run with us on a Z530M mower and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Every year's different. I think this year we've been battling, trying to put together the right lineup combinations based on who's available, who's not. We're mixing and matching quite a bit. We've had a lot of different starting lineups, and that's part of the deal. It's every team has their own challenges, and I love the guys on this team. I love the fight they've got, and I know it's been a slog. It's been a struggle on the road, but like I said, I believe in them, and I really think that a lot of good is coming our way down the stretch, but we got to get there.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
A familiar refrain from Warriors head coach Steve Kerr of late, but really throughout the course of the entire season. That coming post-game last night in Atlanta. Hawks beat the Warriors 127-119. A lot to be frustrated about coming off of that game, as the Warriors did lead 16-4, but then trailed 39-31 into the first quarter. It was back and forth in the sense that the Warriors always seemingly were down 8-12, and then they would make their run, but couldn't quite get over the hump. A 10th consecutive road loss, Whitey Gleason, as the Warriors find themselves back to one game over 500. They are 36-35, which currently is tied for 6th in the West, although the Warriors technically 7th, because the Mavs, who won last night at the buzzer, you mentioned the Maxi Kleber three-pointer at the end of that game in Los Angeles. Dallas has the tiebreaker currently at 27-21. They have a better conference record than the Warriors, so they are 6th. The Warriors are 7th, which would mean a play-in tournament game at Chase against the Timberwolves, the 8th seed. I think the Warriors would welcome that at this point. At least it would be a home game to try and get into the tournament, where they have won 8 in a row. But yeah, the Warriors now with 11 games to go on the season, and they cannot win away from Chase Center. You look up at the end of the night last night, 7-28 on the road, trying to make some sense of the Warriors as they're right back at it. Game 3 of the 5-game road trip tonight here at 95.7 The Game against the Grizzlies.
Last night was one of those nights when I needed Steve Kerr to be a little more forceful in his postgame, and he's forgotten more about this team, I know, than I'll ever know, and I'm sure he figures if it would do any good, he would do it. But it's like Mike Malone a couple weeks ago when the Nuggets were flailing, and he just said, you know, we got some challenges here, but we just have to play better down the stretch, and we can't be on autopilot. He wasn't angry, but he was very direct. And at the very least, Steve Kerr could say, look, we're shorthanded now, but we just can't play this way. I mean, I just needed that acknowledgement rather than him talking about the fight, which I didn't see a lot of it last night.
The fight has not been there, and I thought, I said it after the Grizzlies game, I thought there was more fight last night than any of the 3 games on that road trip a week ago in LA, OKC, and the last time they played in Memphis. I thought there was more fight last night than in any of those 3. Those 3, and I said it that night at the end of that trip against the Grizzlies. I said it the next day when I was filling in for Guru. The Warriors were gutless on that trip, and gutless in the game at Memphis a week and a half ago.
Yep.
I thought they played really hard against the Clippers on Wednesday night, but not good enough to win. I didn't think they played as hard last night against the Hawks as they did against the Clippers. But again, you're down basically all your good defenders, and you got to try to win a game where you're outscoring a team. It is interesting that Steve Kerr keeps going back to, Whitey, the feel-good vibes, almost like he's really cognizant of wanting to make sure that he stays positive with this group and not have them get down on themselves any more than maybe they already are. And I know that has been a familiar theme of a lot of these post-game road press conferences, is Kerr trying to keep spirits up amid all the losing. And I think he's also referenced the fact that at times on the road in games, and Dante DiVincenzo echoed this last night, they get down on themselves at the first sight of something going wrong, and it makes it hard to overcome over the course of the game.
Yeah, just like I say, I would love to hear him say something like, we just can't keep making the same mistakes. But on the other hand, if he were here, he'd probably say, I've tried that. I've been saying that for years, and they still foul too much. They still, last night, turned the ball over. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing, but on some level, I'd just love to hear hey, yeah, we're better than this, even without Draymond, even without Wiggins, and we need to play better. But it does sound like he's very sensitive to the fact that even though he says, I don't think it's mental at all, it's pretty clear that he knows and the team plays as if they feel like this road losing streak has become a real albatross, and it is something that weighs heavily on them when, as you say, the game starts to tilt the other way when they're away from home.
Well, and he still remains, and I know he mentioned, hey, we got to get in the tournament, but there is this optimism that
good things are coming. He says, good things are coming.
Yeah, and I after you lose a game to the Clippers, who I think are a pretty good team, although the Clippers are not. I mean, they've been kind of an underachieving team, especially since the All-Star break, and they made all the trades that were supposed to make them better, and they really haven't been better since they've made those trades. But I get saying it after the Clipper game. I think it's got to be a little bit different coming off of a game. The Hawks have lost that game last night a lot this year, and I think we've said this about a lot of the Warrior road games where if you look around the league, and you and I both do, the Warriors come into somebody's building and they'll play a similar game as other teams who go into that building, and the other teams come out with a win.
Yeah.
And the Warriors don't. And it's like, well, everybody else, when they went to Portland before the All-Star break and got beat, everybody was beating Portland except the Warriors on the road. Utah, back in December after they got off to a hot start, the Jazz were not playing well at all, and everybody was going in there and beating them late in close games. Not against the Warriors. Orlando and Detroit and all the not against the Warriors. So at some point, at some point, I do think the message has to change a little bit other than, hey, it's just going to happen for us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hopefully that's not the message that the players are getting. But, coaches do that all the time. They do talk to the players through the media, and I'm sure a lot of it is Steve Kerr trying to find answers himself. Again, I think it starts defensively. But this, again, that's the one, in a way, silver lining to all this season is each game becomes so important, so it's more interesting. Of course, you got to win them, but a huge game tonight against the hated non-rival Grizzlies.
Yeah, Warriors and Grizzlies tonight, 5 o'clock. Steph, Clay, Draymond, all good to go. Jonathan Kuminga probable, and the Grizzlies are still going to be without John Morant and Steven Adams and Brandon Clark.
And they played last night, too. Yeah.
This one, they played last night. They won a close game in overtime in San Antonio. Yeah. And so both teams coming off of playing last night. But, yeah, the Grizzlies, and here's the other thing. Grizzlies could very well be Warriors' first-round opponent. And I know a lot of people are thinking, wow, that would be awesome. I think from a league watchability fun standpoint, it would be. But, this could be the last regular season meeting, but not the last meeting between these two. I mean, the Grizzlies are basically going to end up second or third. And, at this point, I think the Warriors are hoping they can wind up 6th or 7th, but it's looking more and more by the day, unless the Warriors completely fall off the map, that it's going to be Memphis or Sacramento for the Warriors in the first round. But that's assuming the Warriors are going to win at least one or maybe two of these remaining road games, and to this point, they haven't shown themselves capable of doing it. Why do you ask the question, what are you most frustrated about? 888-957-9570 in a season that has been so frustrating. We'll get to a lot of the different things here between now and 1 o'clock on 95.7 The Game, as the Warriors now 11 games to go here with the Grizzlies tonight. All right, back to the phones. Julian in San Bruno next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Julian.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I just really wanted to comment on how rattled our team is this year. And I think the crack that started that rattling was the punch of Draymond on Poole. And that created this huge chasm between the older and the younger generation. And so when we end up going to away games, I think not only do the opponents sense that and they push, and Draymond's texts, they become a little bit more thin iced, you know what I mean? And then the audiences at those games are more hateful, and the only way we're winning is because Chase Center is the glue that's keeping them together, the spirit of that team. And so it really just feels like this dynasty doesn't have an edge this year. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's in the cards we win the chip. I can always hope so, but I think we have more of a possibility next year, depending on how trades go off season. But I'm looking forward to tonight's game and hopefully this series in the playoffs, because I think it's going to be really competitive in it. Even if we get the Kings, either way, it'll be a good first round. I don't know about the second and West.
I mean, it'll go from there. And look, I mean, here's the other part of this. You could play it out both ways, and I do think Julian brings up a point that we can get into as far as how does this thing end and where do the Warriors go in the offseason, because there are so many different boxes that are going to have to be checked from Bob Myers all the way down the line as to what the next team will look like. But as far as this year goes, it still is right in front of them. Like that is, I mean, they are still tied for sixth. The game Wednesday, Whitey, in Dallas, the final game of this road trip, is a massive game. The Warriors and Mavs play each other only 3 times this year. So they're currently tied. We mentioned the Mavs having that tiebreaker, which is conference record because they've split the season series. Hey, guess what? Home team won both games that have been played to this point.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Well, luck of the draw and the way the schedule rotates, this year you play at Dallas twice and they only come to you once. So that game in Dallas Wednesday could be the game that ultimately determines whether the Warriors finish above or below Dallas in the standings with those two teams currently tied. What I'm getting at, though, Whitey, is this team, as bad as it's been on the road, as ugly as it has been for significant stretches this season, the goal of being able to avoid the play-in tournament and have a shot at a run is still in front of them. Now, the one thing that hasn't been broached much, although I have sensed people are a little more, at least fans are a little more wanting to talk and wonder about what's going on with Wiggins. I'll leave that alone. That's not where I want to go. But the reality is what the Warriors want to accomplish is still in front of them, or at least the pathway to having a shot at accomplishing it is still in front of them. But they also are going to have to get everybody back to realistically have that shot.
Totally agree. Which even if Wiggins today said, all right, we're good, there'd still be the ramp up, and it would still be an issue of making sure he's ready for the postseason. So that's still at this point. And again, all the best to him. And the notion that he owes anybody any kind of explanation, I think, is ludicrous. But just from a basketball standpoint, it's going to be tough. Here's a little bit of an alarming trend in the conference right now. Little bit. Denver right now, you look at the streak. Denver, they won their last game. Kings have won 2. Memphis, they're third. They won their last game. They won last night. Phoenix has won 1. The Clippers, they've won 4 in a row. Dallas has won 2 in a row. So you got those teams. I know some of those are just they won their last game, but those teams are winning. Then the Warriors, they've lost a couple in a row. Minnesota's lost 2 in a row. Oklahoma City, the Lakers, they've lost. So you just got to win games, and they need Jordan Poole to start playing better. The Warriors are so inconsistent, and he's been so up and down. And at some point, how about starting tonight in these next 2 games, but starting tonight, a crucial game against Memphis, they need Jordan Poole to just be a net positive, to be a force and not have those moments where everyone's wondering, why did he fall down? Why does he fall down all the time?
Why is it blatantly bad defense where his man is going by him for a layup or to kick out to somebody for a wide open 3 because the defense has to rotate?
Yeah, Jordan, you can do that, right? You can play like you care. You don't have to be all world, but you can play like you care because this is a big game. They need that starting tonight, and that they rely on him a lot. He's a good player, and I know I've been critical of him. They rely on him, but he needs to start holding up his end of the bargain tonight.
Well, in many ways, he's the barometer for this team. I know you have the numbers that Monty Poole dug up. I mean, the last handful of games, it's a big minus, and then it was a big plus.
You want those?
It's just, read them back.
Yeah, this Monty Poole, the last 6 games for Jordan Poole, and JD and I, we go back and forth on plus minus. But if you're talking about over a period of games, then okay, that's worth looking at. Last 6 games, Jordan Poole, minus 50. It's plus minus. That's the team, how they've done differentially. Minus 50 with him on the floor. The previous 5 games to that, plus 67. That's a good Jordan Poole. And then the 5 games before that, minus 40. I think, and I've said it before, I think Jordan Poole is always going to be kind of an up and down player. I think that's just going to be part of the Jordan Poole experience. But right now, he needs to play with more intensity and more consistency because they absolutely need it from him right now.
No, they do need it from him right now, and it's something that they just haven't had consistently enough. And they need Clay to play better and more consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, Clay was not good last night. Draymond was absent last night. Even Steph, as great as he's been, and nobody's going to complain about him. But he was 31
turnovers.
points.
Yeah.
But exactly Clay Thompson had 6 turnovers. Clay Thompson was awful last night. Jordan Poole not good last night. I mean, 17 turnovers, a majority of them early, which allowed the Hawks to get back in the game after it was 6-2. It's been the same kinds of things all year. The road woes. Why? Bad defense. Right? I mean, the inability to win a close game in the final 5 minutes on the road when it's right there for him. Hey, you haven't played defense for 43 minutes? Play a little bit for the last 5. You got a pretty good offensive team. You can win games that way. I mean, I've talked a ton about the shot selection. We had a texter earlier that said, hey, the media brings up shot selection. Steve Kerr doesn't. That's not true. Kerr doesn't bring it up every single game, but Kerr brings up the shot turnover,
I've talked
which
to
I know
him about it.
you've referenced. You've referenced that a bunch.
Yeah.
So there are all these different things, and the inability to build momentum, whether it is the fact that they didn't do enough when they were healthy at the beginning of the year, 3-7 when you had everybody playing basically except for DiVincenzo, and you were trying to give the younger players some run, and you were 3-7, so you had to abandon that plan in the first couple of weeks to try and save the season. The Warriors were able to get themselves back to a couple games over 500, but then the injuries start hitting, and you have to figure out. So there have been a lot of inconsistencies and ins and outs of the lineup and all of that, which I think have prevented this team from gaining the momentum that they've needed. But at some point you just have to play better.
Yeah, I think you go back to the last dance with the Bulls. I know Steve Kerr was part of that, and Phil Jackson did a great job. It's the players mostly, but he did a good job of framing it that way, making sure everyone understood this is it for us. Now, they had won the previous 2, and I know they'd won 3 before that, so it was a little different, but everyone was clear, like, this is our mission. This year, is this the last dance for this bunch? Nobody knows, and I think that's part of the problem on some level, and I hope it's not, but if it were, I think you would maybe see everyone be able to say, you know what, let's just do this now. But now it's like, are you going to be here next year, Dre? Is Bob going to be here? If Bob's not, what does that say about Steph? What does it say about, is Coach Kerr? So there's just they play with a lot of doubt, and that confidence, that swagger has been absent too often this year.
Yeah, and it does lead to the question that we've been, discussing a little bit throughout the show here and there, which is, where does this Warriors team go from here? And you're right, we don't know whether this is the last dance or not.
Yeah.
And it does start at the top with Bob Myers and whether he's back or not. And then that decision relates right to Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
And is Steve Kerr back or not? Because the Warriors have to make a decision on Kerr because he's going to be in the last year of his deal. So you either extend him or you let him go at that point. I mean, it's very rare for a coach to play out the final year of his contract. And so does that come into play? Draymond, is Draymond in or out? If Draymond is in, would the Warriors look to trade Draymond if he opts in? Does where the Warriors finish relate to whether they would look to trade Draymond as well? If this team gets to a conference finals, are they comfortable trying to do some semblance of running it back? Hey, this was an awful, truly brutal regular season, but still cobbled it together and won a couple of series. And I think that's the part that would make it all the more frustrating for the Warriors, would be if you get to that point. Like, it would feel good that you overcame something, but it would also be like, damn it, you could have won it this year, or you could have got at least to the finals this year because the rest of the West was so mediocre. But then again, none of that is going to be true if Wiggins doesn't come back at some point. And I'm with you. That's totally up to him. If he doesn't, fine. That's, I'm not coming down his road by any stretch on that.
No,
not at all. But that decision is it is something that will have a determining factor, because if he doesn't come back, they probably aren't good enough to win it. And so it's kind of all moot at that point.
I think if they're able to win a series, and I know that's, again, after last night, that seems like a long putt. But I think if they were, you talk about can they flip a switch, that I think might flip the switch for them. And that's not going to be easy if you get in and you're playing a very high seed. I know people don't look at Sacramento that way, but as we speak, they're, of course, a 2 seed. Then maybe they'd be on their way. But if they're not, my point is this. If the Warriors do end up getting bounced early, and who knows, maybe they won't, but if they do, I just hope they have a good series where they play hard and we're not sitting there wondering like, well, how come they didn't do this and how come they made all these mistakes? I think everyone could live with that.
Oh, I think we will.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what we'll be doing.
Yeah.
Blame Poole, blame Kerr.
Yeah.
Blame Anthony Lamb, who's now on the 15-man roster.
Right. And how important is he to them right now, which just says a lot about what you need to know. Well, especially when they don't have Draymond and they don't have Wiggins.
Well, they needed him last night.
Right? Yes.
They needed him last night as a body.
Yes.
No, they needed him last night as somebody that could play in the rotation without Draymond. No, there's no doubt. And I wasn't surprised Kuminga got the start. And yeah, that means you need a backup somewhere in there. And so, yeah, no, that didn't surprise me. But I also think, if they get into the playoffs and get beat, like let's say they play Sacramento or Memphis in the first round and Wiggins doesn't come back, fine. Again, no judgment there whatsoever on my part. But if he doesn't come back and you lose, at that point, is it, well, didn't have the team together. So are you looking at it as, well, awful season, didn't get a chance to view the best version of this team in a playoff series, so you're more inclined to bring more of the core players back because you didn't get beat with all of those guys out there on the floor. I think that, does that factor in the calculus of how you evaluate this thing? And, the other part, and we can get to this maybe in the final segment, and we had a texter earlier that said, and I think this is interesting, the 925, Joe Lacob isn't going to pay luxury tax for this kind of basketball.
No.
And that has always been the one caveat. And Joe Lacob has always been willing to pay. But the one thing that's always been tied to that is for championship caliber basketball and a championship caliber team. So if he doesn't see this team as capable of winning a title or contending for titles, then the financial calculus changes a little bit because and I can't quibble with it if Lacob went down that road. I really couldn't, to where you're going to pay all this luxury tax to be an 8 seed or to be a 7 seed. Like, that doesn't compute. And so, that's something that I think is going to have to be factored in.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but it's a good time to reflect on these things. I agree. I wouldn't quibble with Joe Lacob, but I also, if that were the case, I wouldn't quibble with Steph Curry going, hey, wait, this isn't what I signed up for. So you got a lot of things you may be dealing with this offseason, perhaps an almost total transformation of the franchise as you know it. But if they start playing better tonight, then you don't have to worry about that stuff.
888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Whitey Gleason. Final segment straight ahead here on 95.7 The Game.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from TaylorMade, featuring the Stealth 2 Woods and Irons. The new Stealth 2 Woods combines speed and forgiveness to unlock forgiveness, and the new Stealth HD Irons deliver high launch with draw bias to give you the confidence to expect better shots more often. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Fleetwood Windows and Doors. Big, bold, dramatic. Elegantly shown at Dolan's. Fleetwood minimalist products are designed and engineered to the highest standards, backed by a transferable lifetime warranty. Fleetwood is made in the USA with ingenuity and precision. Designed to last. Get more information at dolanlumber.com. dolanlumber.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Dub Nation, this is Steve Kerr.
Well, I think the fact that we've lost so many games that we felt like we should have won, we know we're right there.
He's on every single week during the NBA season.
Yeah, 100%.
Steve Kerr.
That is absolutely something I believe, and that's what we're working on. That's the plan.
On 95.7 The Game. Presented by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are. Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Bay Area Panthers indoor football is back. Coach Arbet is back. Hard-hitting, fast-paced, in-your-face football and fun for the whole family. Don't miss watching your Bay Area Panthers at SAP presented by Mary West Credit Union. Enter to win tickets at 957thegame.com.
I'm very confident. Like I said, it's a bad taste right now,
But, you look at the guys that are missing for us right now, they're key guys. Once everybody kind of comes back, everybody's going to settle back into a role. And my confident level is it's going to be hard to, beat us 4 times, especially when you have leaders like, Clay, Steph, Draymond, and Coach Kerr that feel the same way. It makes everybody else, under them feel confident in that.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Dante DiVincenzo post-game last night following the Warriors' loss in Atlanta to the Hawks, 127-119. Final segment, JD and Whitey. It's Warriors This Week. A lot of good calls here early on in the program. A lot of texts flooding in here throughout the back half of the program. And we'll keep this thing rolling here for another half hour up until 1 o'clock. And then I will be back at 4 o'clock for Warriors Live. Warriors and the Grizzlies tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Steph, Clay, Draymond, all in for that one, second of a back-to-back. Nobody listed on the injury report among the big 3. Warriors will also have Jonathan Kuminga. It looks like he came up on the injury report with an ankle, but is probable. No Ja, no Steven Adams, and Brandon Clark's out for the season with an Achilles injury for the Grizzlies there, Whitey. I want to get back to something Dante DiVincenzo said here in just a second. Also want to let everybody know there are already a couple of games in the books. One that has just gone final in New York. Denver got beat by the Knicks, 116-110. So, Whitey, you were talking about the teams that all had winning streaks among the top 8 in the West.
Yeah.
Denver loses to the Knicks. The Nuggets are really struggling. That's, I think, 5 of the last 6 now. Denver has lost. They did win in Detroit a couple of nights ago. But the Knicks beat them, and the Clippers are playing an afternoon game against the Magic. So the Clippers think, and you don't even need to get. So Clippers afternoon game against the Magic down in Southern California. Shocker, the Clippers are down 29-18 early in that game. On brand are the Clippers, just kind of sleepwalking through a first quarter against a bad team down in L.A. So, yeah, interesting. And no Kawhi Leonard in that one, because why would Kawhi have to make the trip up from San Diego to L.A. to play in that
Orlando,
one?
yeah.
So, to play Orlando. I mean, that game is beneath the Clippers, who come in at 37-33, and they've started to win some games here of late. 4 consecutive games there. So, Dante DiVincenzo, what did he have to say? Well, he talked about getting everybody back and getting everybody into their roles. I mean, that's just the last thing the Warriors are holding on to now, right? I mean, you got to get there first.
Yes. Here's my issue with what Dante DiVincenzo said, because you played it, and I was kind of, why does this slightly bother me? And Dante DiVincenzo has been really good this year. But it reminded me of earlier in the year when Dante DiVincenzo said, we got to get back to playing Warrior basketball. The issue isn't that he says it. The issue is that he's the one who has to say it. Was Otto Porter last year talking about how, hey, this is what we needed with the Warriors? No, because he just got here. Dante DiVincenzo is saying these things in part because that's kind of the way he is, and he's got some of those gritty qualities, but also because there's this void. My point is that he shouldn't be the one who has to say that right now. Where are the other leaders on this team? And I think that's part of the problem. Not that he's saying it, but that there isn't somebody else who is saying it.
No, I think that's a great point. And maybe Draymond Green feels he can't say it anymore.
Yeah.
Because of, I know that's something that Draymond has mentioned, that his voice maybe doesn't carry as much weight in the way that it used to, and that he has to be more cognizant of not stepping on people's toes because of what went down between him and Jordan Poole. And I think that could lead toward a little bit of a leadership void if players are not afraid to fully be themselves. And that counts for Draymond, even if Draymond was the guy who made the mistake that put everybody in that position. 888-957-9570. That's where Jane in Petaluma checks in next year on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jane.
Oh, hello. Hey, thanks for taking my call. This might be a really silly question. I'm a neophyte Warriors fan, 6 years. So at the last part of the game yesterday, or last night, on the basket for the last 3 plays, we would have been up. And who makes those calls? Does it Kerr or is it the individual players? Because it just seems so easy to me as a neophyte I don't know anything about coaching, but I'm just curious, who decides the last 3 ones are going to be a 3 when we haven't been able to do 3s on the road?
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate the call. It all comes back to shot selection.
Yeah, it's not really the coach. Yeah.
It's not really, no, it's not really the coach. And you can call a play, but when you run the play, there are going to be very varying options of a play, and shots are going to be open to be taken. And one of the things that I said, and we had a couple people earlier on the text line kind of coming down our road for not being critical. Are you guys not going to be critical of the shot selection? Last night, I hated the shot selection last night. I thought the Warriors were attacking in the paint very well, and I think one of the biggest problems the Warriors have had this season is they take too many bad shots, especially on the road, especially when they're cold, and especially when other things are working. It hurts their defense that's already bad, and it makes it worse. And so,
the transition defense was embarrassing at times last night, and
the Hawks want to play fast.
Yeah, you're right.
So, the Hawks want to play fast, but to me, there's just some – they have to be in the moment, and it's on the players, in the moment, understanding when – and it's a subtle thing, when shots are going down, when they're not going down, when better shots have to be taken. And I think too many times, and I think Steph and Clay get into this as well, is that they're just so used to – full-blown free reign, take whatever, Splash Brothers, greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And yes, that's true, but this team does not have the margin for error for some of the misses. And I know this was a second quarter play, but Klay Thompson shooting the 3 that he airballs that leads to a layup or a dunk on the other end. Klay, you can't, if you're going to take that shot, you can't miss it that bad. It's one thing to take the shot, but if you cannot miss it that bad to where it is an automatic layup on the other end. I mean, that's a -5 type shot right there.
That's like you're
3
throwing.
You didn't get.
You're shooting an outlet pass for the other team is basically what you're doing. In the fourth quarter last night, to Jane's point, the Warriors, again, winnable game, fourth quarter, they were 2 for 11 on threes, and then you take Steph out because he was actually 2 for 5. So they're 0 for 6 other than Steph. Now, I think some of those, correct me if I'm wrong, JD, I think some of those at the very end might have been, when you're so far behind, it's like, well, we got that. All we can do is heave a 3 up there because we've probably lost anyway, when she talked about the last 3 shots. But, yeah, overall, that was a miserable night, and they were having some success getting to the basket. But in the fourth quarter, 2 for 11 from threes, and, good night. There's your chance to win. Coupled with the turnovers, you just gave away any chance you had to win that game.
Yeah, no question about it. 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Whitey, this one's for you, Whitey.
Yes.
Whitey, can you give the YouTube chat a shout-out? We are loyal listeners and viewers as well. Hey, everybody on YouTube. What's going on?
Hey, YouTubers. Thanks for being with us today. We appreciate it. Everyone's watching college basketball, so we appreciate you watching us. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. YouTube and Twitch, as always, and Craig Valentino able to make all that happen.
He's
so we definitely appreciate that. And I think we had a little bit of a technical snafu early, but we were alerted to it. And it was the old blue screen of death.
The old blue circle of death that just would not go away from the screen.
Yeah, and so Craig always gets that under control. And so, we love being on YouTube and Twitch for this show, as are all of the shows during the week as well here on 95.7 The Game. We even put Warriors pre- and post-game on there as well. Like, why? I mean,
good stuff.
As if the people want to see me babble to myself. But apparently,
Alan did a good job last night, but you were missed. I'll just say that. As far as the Warriors,
No, go ahead.
Yeah, you know how when the Warriors play well, some of us have said, that's it. They've turned the corner, and then they play poorly, and you say, I'm not going to believe in that anymore. That kind of could work the other way as well. Like, as bad as they were last night, as bad as they've been at times on the road, I'm not necessarily buying that that's the real Warriors either. I don't know where they are, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of maybe an overly optimistic view of it. If you can't get carried away with them when they're playing well, I'm trying not to get carried away with them when they're playing poorly. Because if they come back tonight, I know the way they played on the road, it's a big ask. But if you win tonight and then you follow that up by winning at Dallas, boy, things would be looking a lot brighter.
They would be, and they still could be. I mean, that goes back to the other theme of the show. As bleak as it has looked when they've been on the road, they still, they win 2 of the next 3 even, and they're in great shape as long as they continue to win at home. Now, great shape means 6 seed probably. Yeah. With it, we'll see what happens with the Clippers, but again, doesn't mean they're going to win a series against Memphis or Sacramento. And I'll say this, the last couple of weeks, and I know that the Kings have won 10 of 12, and I really, the Warriors, I've been more frustrated and I think concerned about the Warriors and the way that they've played on the road, really the last 5 road games, going back to the March road games, basically, since Steph was back in LA, OKC, Memphis. Gutless, as I said, really everybody not named Steph, I thought it was a gutless 3 games. Clippers game was better. I thought last night was not as bad as the other 3, but it was not the level of play that they had against the Clippers.
Sloppier, a lot sloppier.
And so I think, like, to me, it's twofold. Like, I'm not as confident as I was 2-3 weeks ago that the Warriors winning that first round series is automatic. Like, that's the one thing I will say. Like, a month or so ago, I said, hell yeah, Sacramento. Warriors have everybody. They're beating Sacramento. I think a lot of Warrior fans would love for them to play Memphis, thinking, hey, Memphis doesn't have the goods. Memphis is Warriors are in their heads. They'll beat them. And sure, but you got to be whole, and you got to be playing quality basketball, and you got to at least get a few. Things can change even in the last month. If the Warriors, how many? They have 6 road games left at this point. If they could win half of those, then all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, they've won 3 of their last 6 on the road. Then it doesn't seem so bleak. And as somebody pointed out earlier in the text line, you don't have to win all your road games,
right?
You just have to win, but you do have to win a road game. And the Warriors are probably going to have to win a road game in every single series, which is something they have done in the Steph, Clay, and Draymond era, going all the way back to 2013.
If they're 6th or better, I think that would be something positive, all things considered. Even if they're, and maybe I'm, really working too hard on this, overthinking it. I think 7th even, depending on who you play, I think maybe you could feel halfway decent about that if you end up playing somebody like Minnesota in the first round. Maybe that's a stretch, JD. Are you with me? 6th or better somehow. I don't know how you get better, but you could. 6th or better would be like, yeah, all right, you're in decent shape. Even if you're 7th and you're hosting a play-in and you win that, you would move right up into the 7th seed. I think you could feel halfway decent about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. 7th because it's a home game.
Yeah,
and it's as long as it's not. And again, Warrior fans are probably going to scream as long as it's not the Lakers, because the Lakers have given the Warriors problem. The new Lakers, the Lakers with their new team,
they become a bad matchup. Yeah.
Have become a little bit of a bad matchup, and I think the Lakers are wanting to get to that point where I think the Lakers want to get to 8 to where they can play for 7 and then potentially play the Kings if the Kings are. I don't know where you are on the Sac Memphis thing. I feel like the Kings are going to end up 2nd and Memphis is going to wind up 3rd. They'll have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Obviously the Warriors play a role in that, but I think that side of the bracket for the Warriors, I think if it ends up being, let's say the Warriors are 6 and maybe it's not the Lakers 7, if it's Minnesota or Dallas or something like that, if that side of the bracket is Warriors, Minnesota, Dallas, Sacramento, and Memphis,
that's doable.
I think the Warriors would like that. I really do. Even if it was, you got to beat Memphis first and then maybe the Kings win a series and you play them in the 2nd round. Like, I think. But again, it's all contingent on
having everybody.
You got to have everybody.
Yes, I agree.
And again, it just like that is the one thing that I think blows this whole thing up. If you're not, and I think Peyton is a part of that too. In addition, obviously,
agreed
to Andrew Wiggins. 888-957-9570. Brian in Palo Alto next here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, what's going on? I mean, I think, what are they, 7-27 on the road? 7-28? I mean,
they're 28 now.
And enough road games. They're not going to win a best of 7 series, right? As the lower seed or as the worst seed. And obviously, Clay plays well at home. Clay is not a serious road player anymore, right? The only players on our team that you can expect to show up in a tough road environment is Steph and Looney and to a certain degree Draymond, and that's it, right? Pool's basically unplayable at this point. Shows up, once or twice every 10 games. That's a $140 million commitment you made to that guy. And he's, go back and look at the cut-ups of his effort on defense last night. And,
awful.
Man, he makes Ole Bullfighter look like a, it's just mentally checked out, no effort. And, you're not going to win when you're paying hundreds of millions of dollars to guys that literally aren't trying. They're not getting there. Anyways, you got to so it's not going to happen for this team. You got to reimagine this roster. Steph is still a generational star. Give him the pieces because they don't have it. And, there aren't a lot of guys in this roster that I think you can count on to be guys that can help this team truly compete next year and beyond.
And I think that's going to be one of the questions if the Warriors don't win it is, all right, where are you at with Steph, who is still, I think, at the peak of his powers, and then what do you do to try and improve the roster? And to me, that all leads back to, obviously, what Draymond's decision is. Does he opt in or opt out? And then you got to it's Poole and Kuminga are the two players, because I think you would want to keep Wiggins. I think, I said this to Steiny yesterday. I would hope Draymond opts in for one more year and you just have him, and then maybe you don't after that, and that's fine. But you just kick the can down the road one more year if he opts in. And you want Wiggins, you want Looney. To me, it becomes, do you look to shuffle the deck chairs with Poole and use Kuminga as a young player who could be an asset and future picks to try and bring another formidable young prime type rotation player or a couple of young prime rotation players back into the fold?
I kind of wince when you use that term, shuffle the deck chairs, and I don't disagree at all, but one of the expressions is you're just shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic, and let's hope that's not where this is headed.
No, and it wouldn't be the same, and it wouldn't be the same people either. It would be you're getting rid of it. The same people would be the guys that you would, the veteran guys.
I know you didn't mean it that way, but just when you said, the way things are going this year, as far as what I'm doing with Draymond, a lot of it depends on where they end up, how he plays the rest of the way. Right now, I'd love to be in a position where I'm thinking, I got to keep him. To Brian's point about Poole, we talked earlier today about Poole leading the league in defensive indifference. He's played so poorly of late that I've been a proponent of maybe getting something for him because he's just not a good fit here. But he's playing so poorly that he's getting to the point where I think it might be harder to get somebody interested in acquiring him in the offseason. Now, his numbers, he's still, 20 points a game? But, other teams see what we see. And, if that's how I'm thinking I'm going to add to my talent base by trading him, he's got to play better, or it's going to be a lot harder for me to do in the offseason.
Well, that's the one thing that I don't think the Warriors anticipated was, I think, and I said it at the time, point blank, just because Jordan Poole got the deal that he got didn't necessarily mean he was going to be around long term. But I think the Warriors thought, hey, we're going to pay him now. Everybody's going to know what he's making. It's going to make him a more tradable player later. And if he plays at the level he did last year and this team wins to the tune of being a top 4 seed in the West, which I think they thought they would be, then there will be plenty of teams that will want Jordan Poole. I think you're right. I think how bad it's been, and with the caller that mentioned, hey, go look at the clips were ugly. And that's the defensive stuff with Poole, I think, has gotten worse as the season has gone on.
That's terrible because he's never been very good.
Because it's never been very good. I think the Warriors are hoping, again, not to put it all on Payton and not to put it all on Wiggins with so much unknown, but I think the Warriors are counting on those two defenders to be able to allow Jordan Poole to be more playable in certain lineups to where he can be hidden. And the Warriors are going to have options. I mean, they always have options as far as who their closing players are going to be, who's going to be the fifth. Again, assuming Wiggins is back. I know I've mentioned that a lot today. We don't know. And, as we've both said, there's no judgment there on our part at all.
Doesn't look like it right now.
If he isn't, he isn't.
I agree.
If he isn't, he isn't, and you got to deal with it. But I think they're hoping that he does come back and that he can help them in ways that allow these other players to be protected a little bit from their own weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. You're right. If it does go sideways and they're not able to put their best foot forward in the postseason, it would be so frustrating because of the opportunity that the, whatever you want to call it, watered down West provides you this year. So fingers crossed they'll get everybody back.
Whitey, great stuff, my man. Really appreciate it. It's always been fun.
Yes.
I want to make sure one more time here before we get out to let everybody know that next week we will be at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill from 1 to 4. So we're going to just be getting rolling right around this time next week. Come out, stop by, say hi. Enjoy their red tag clearance sale. They'll have all the appliances out on display. They'll get the grills and the barbecues and the stovetops going. They bring out a bunch of food.
It's amazing.
And it is. And so you can load up.
It's the show I hate the most because I can hear you guys smacking down the aisle and just the tri-tip tacos and all. I can and I'm stuck in the studio. So next week's gonna be brutal for me.
It's gonna be a lot of fun, and no doubt brutal for Craig. So join us then. 1 to 4 for Whitey. I'm JD. Thanks to Craig Valentino as well. Everybody on YouTube and Twitch, the callers, the texters. I'll be back at 4 o'clock. Woo-hoo. Warriors Live. Warriors and Grizzlies. Keep it all locked here, 95.7 The Game.
Marvel Studios' action-packed blockbuster, Black Panther, quickly became a global sensation and cultural phenomenon, delivering a new dimension of what superhero films could be. This spring, relive the excitement in a whole new way as the San Francisco Symphony performs the Oscar-winning score live to the film on the big screen at Davies Symphony Hall, March 24th and 25th. Tickets available at sfsymphony.org. That's sfsymphony.org.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Check out the secret sauce of the game after every Warriors game. The secret sauce of the game brought to you by Proposition Chicken. Fried, flipped, faked. This chicken goes 3 ways. Now available in 9 Bay Area locations.
Come into Friedman's Appliance for their once-yearly Red Tag Sale March 24th through March 26th and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, and Fisher & Paykel representatives will be on hand to showcase their products. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag Sale for the best pricing on Fisher & Paykel appliances. Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
It's March, and you know what that means? Taxes are almost due. Jackson Hewitt can help you win tax season. That's the sound of your maximum tax refund. The sound of getting 50% off tax prep. The sound of many of our competitors' prices going up. And the sound of getting to your nearest Jackson Hewitt. Hurry in for 50% off tax prep before this offer expires April 9th. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
At Staples, school is always in session. And savings never take a holiday. Especially now, during Staples Teacher Palooza, you can save even more on everything for school. Like 25% on classroom decor and stickers. And save up to 40% on trusted brands for the classroom, like Post-it, Papermate, and Elmer's. Whether you're a teacher restocking your classroom or a parent looking to help, during Staples Teacher Palooza, everyone saves big. But deals end soon, so hurry to Staples, your working and learning store. Offers end 3/18. In-store only while supplies last.
Grab your friends and head out to the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton March 25th and 26th for the Good Guys 39th Grundy Insurance All-American Get-Together. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3, get 1 free on select in-stock Sumitomo or Cooper branded tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details. Ends March 26th. Plus, get additional cash saving specials on auto care services this week at bigotires.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Friday Night Smackdown at 8 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. And here's what you need to know.
Checking in on what is happening in the NCAA tournament second round right now at the half. 4-seeded Tennessee is up 27-21 against the 5th-seeded Duke Blue Devils, where Duke has turned it over 11 times in the first half. They're about to get that second half underway. Meanwhile, number 5 San Diego State is the first team in the field to get to the Sweet 16 after their calculated win against the 13th-seeded Furman 75-52. Many games coming up later on the docket for the NCAA tournament, including Kansas at Arkansas. And Jayhawks head coach Bill Self is not going to be at that game because of an operation he had last week to alleviate blocked arteries. So he continues his recovery. In the NBA right now, the Clippers are getting beat at home 46-45 against the Magic. 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. And a comeback win for the Knicks, 116-110 over the Nuggets. I'm Brian Fenley.
Fox Sports Saturday is on.
Yeah. One time we gon' give it to you like this. Yeah, like this. Yeah, like this.
The plays, the sounds of the game, the interviews, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we'll cover it here. Your Fox Sports Saturday is right now.
Y'all gon' make me lose my mind.
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio. Here's Steve Hartman and 5-year NFL veteran Bucky Brooks.
Here on a beautiful Saturday. It is Fox Sports Saturday, right in the middle of March Madness, and we are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com, we're going to help get you there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Well, apparently it's official, ladies and gentlemen. Hartman and Brooks on your Saturdays, hanging out here. Bucky, very excited about the news. Are you sure you're ready for that? Are you sure?
I am so ready for it. I am super excited. I get a chance to be along a Bruin. I'm hoping that you can bring me up. None of my Tar Heels are not in March Madness, so maybe we can have somebody win it.
Well, here's the thing. So your Tar Heels, and by the way,
I congratulate your Tar Heels for turning down the NIT. I don't want to be critical of the NIT, but when you're a preseason number one and you've had a disappointing season, you don't want to drag your ass through an NIT tournament and only add to it because you're not really motivated. And then all of a sudden you attack on, a first and second round loss or first or second round loss in the NIT. You don't want to do that. UCLA, in their history, has only played in 2 NITs. An 85 and an 86. And in 86, they lost in the first round at home to Irvine. And I said at the time, if they ever accept an NIT invitation, I will dethrone them forever. And they haven't. So I congratulate you and your Tar Heels for saying no to the NIT. By the way, speaking of the ACC, Duke looking ugly in that first half against Tennessee, the 4-seed Vols against the 5-seed Dukes in the East region, 27-21. Tennessee, 21 points and a half for Dookie. What's going on there, Buck?
Look, Tennessee is playing a physical brand of basketball that typically isn't played in the ACC. And because the officials are kind of letting them play, it is kind of morphed into a football game. This is not the style of play that you see in the ACC. And so because of that, and because the NCAA tournament has been full of that, ACC teams have struggled. And so this is Tennessee really taking it and challenging every possession, making it really a bumping grind affair, and the Dukies haven't responded. That said, their best player, Flip, he's not necessarily played much the first half because he got the cut over the eye. So we'll see in the second half if it changes. But right now, things are looking good for the Volunteers.
So on a personal note here, I want to congratulate San Diego State, Brian Dutcher. Outside of my Bruins, I'm probably closest to that San Diego State program. I spent the last 8 years down in San Diego. I was there when Coach Steve Fisher stepped down, and Brian Dutcher, who had been by his side for, over 20 years, sort of waited his turn. And now in his 6th season at San Diego State, he's had 20-plus wins every year, but they had not won an NCAA tournament game in 3 previous appearances under Dutch. Of course, they win their first-round game, and they blow out Furman today. Furman, of course, took out Virginia in the first round. So San Diego State advances to the Sweet 16 for just the 3rd time in school history. That's a big deal for a school like San Diego State. And you know what they've done really well? And we sort of lose sight of the recruiting process these days, Bucky, about the fact that it's not just, going for 5-star recruits, 4-star recruits, the transfer portal. And those that are able to utilize the transfer portal effectively year in and year out can gain a lot, especially in basketball where 1 or 2 players can obviously make a huge difference. And San Diego State under Brian Dutcher has done a masterful job with the transfer portal. They got a lot of veterans on that team as well. So congrats to the Aztecs making it to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, and congratulations to them. And they played great today. I mean, they're on it. They can defend. The shots were going down. And they're sitting there in the Sweet 16. First time since 2014?
Yep, it's like the 3rd time ever. Yeah, the first time they ever did in 2011 when Kawhi Leonard was there and they lost to Kemba Walker and UConn. I remember being out of that game in Anaheim. But it's a solid program. Steve Fisher, I've said this many times. I think about who did the greatest job ever in turning around a program in college football. And I always go back to Bill Snyder, Kansas State. I mean, Kansas State was the worst, losing his program in Division I football for, 50 years. And Bill Snyder somehow built them into a winner. But the same thing with Steve Fisher at San Diego State. They were a 0 in basketball. And he took over, and he suddenly made them a perennial power, highlighted with the Kawhi Leonard years. And then he hands it off to Brian Dutcher, and now they're back. And by the way, remember, Fisher and Dutch were part of the Michigan coaching staff with the Fab Five back in the day. Dutch was his number 1 assistant when they brought in the Fab Five. So a lot of history there. So for Dutch to finally get over the hump and win some games in the NCAA tournament, big time for him.
That is big time. And it's big time for that league and that conference. And I will say the one thing that is showing up now in the tournament that I can appreciate, the parity is really apparent.
Oh, yeah.
Meaning that all of these games you're seeing, everyone talks about the blue bloods and those things, but you're now seeing different teams, like seeing Fairleigh Dickinson take down Purdue and seeing these teams that have these older experienced guys stepping up and playing against some of these teams that have the 5 stars and the recruits that everyone knew going in. To me, it's refreshing. I think it puts the spotlight back on team basketball. And so this has been great to watch, even though I'm kind of on the sideline, on the outside looking in with my Tar Heels not being in play.
Yeah, tough. By the way, game coming up here in about an hour. We're going to get a run on games. Arkansas, the 8th seed against the number 1 seed, Kansas. Kansas will be without Bill Self. He's still recuperating some heart procedure that he had. And by the way, this is a weird line. Kansas is only a 4-point favorite against an Arkansas team that lost 13 games this year. But we've been all over the map with Kansas, right? I mean, they got a 1 seed despite getting humiliated by Texas in the Big 12 championship game. So I don't know what we're seeing from the Jayhawks, but the odds makers are saying this game's almost a coin toss.
Yeah, it's tough. And it's also tough because I'm sure when you have Bill Self sitting on the sideline, he's not there. You're worried about what's going to happen in these late game situations. Are they going to be able to navigate it without their leader? Even though they're a talented squad and one of the best squads that we've seen, the defending champions, going back, it's a tough matchup. And the tournament has been like this. And so we'll see if they're able to implement their style, get the game on their terms. But it's going to be an exciting game. Without Bill Self, you certainly have to give it does become more of a coin flip type game.
All right, as you know, Bucky, Iowa Sam is a shameless defender of the Big Ten Conference. And you know, Sam, I want to apologize. Let's see, Iowa State, and Drake. The 3. Were there any other Iowa schools in the tournament?
No, they're gone. They're all gone.
They're all gone. One and
after
done.
the first game.
After the first game.
Yeah.
But we were talking about the Big Ten and why it is that the Big Ten every single year seems to get a lot of favoritism in how many schools get into the big dance and how they traditionally underperform once they get there. And Purdue becomes the second 1 seed ever to go down to a Fairleigh Dickinson team that honestly shouldn't even have been in the tournament.
No, it should have been Merrimack.
Right, but they weren't eligible.
Right, for a stupid rule that requires you to wait 4 years to make the transition from Division II to Division I.
Bucky, I don't know. I don't know how much of that game you saw, but Purdue they were just flat out outplayed.
Oh, they were outplayed. And the thing that showed up in that game, man, they just looked like a set of big lumberjacks. I mean, they were just a big, slow, plodding team. And Fairleigh Dickinson is just zipping around them. You talk about one of the shortest, maybe the shortest team that was in the tournament field. I think their average height was 6'3". Tallest player, 6'6", 6'7". And yet they're able to kind of control the boards. They were able to get the game on their terms in terms of speeding it up a little bit, the way they were able to track down loose balls and those things. And then really the strategy that they employed. They sat down and doubled the big man, Zach Beebe, and they dared Purdue to shoot threes. And they could not hit a three-pointer to save their life. And then as the game got tighter and went to the late stages, man, those wide open shots, I mean, it was almost like they were trying to shoot into a thumble. It was really tough watching them shoot. They could not shoot the ball. And that's one of the things that we're seeing, that some of these teams, if you don't have perimeter scoring, if you don't have the ability to take advantage of the three-point line, it is hard for you to advance in this tournament.
So I saw one of the outlets had over 20 million brackets filled out. And after that, Purdue lost. Not a single one had a perfect bracket. They didn't get all the way through the second day without all the brackets being busted out there. So good luck to all you people with your brackets. You figured this was going to be a wild tournament. I filled out my bracket for Fox Sports Radio. To be honest with you, I didn't even keep a copy of it. I just winged it because I was looking at these games. I'm like, do I really have any prediction on who's going to win these games? Now, as far as my UCLA Bruins, they'll play later today against Northwestern. The big question here, Bucky, is Adembona. Is the freshman going to play? Did not play against UNC Asheville. They didn't obviously need him in a 30-point plus blowout. Northwestern's a pretty good team, and they're a pretty motivated team right now. So I understand, from what I understand, at least some of the talk from Mick Cronin was the fact that Bona will be available. And it could be one of those situations where he may start the game, play a little bit, depending how the game goes, will determine how much he actually plays in that game. But Nuba, Etienne, a couple of the backup bigs were a combined 9 for 9 shooting against UNC Asheville. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm feeling I'm feeling pretty good about my UCLA Bruins right now. I mean, I'm looking around, right? Purdue's already gone. Houston did not look good in their opening game. Alabama's pretty good. I like Alabama. We'll see what happens with Kansas today. But I think the Bruins are in pretty good shape.
I mean, I think they're in great shape. They're in great shape because they're, even despite the injuries, they're playing well in the areas that you really need to play well to advance in the tournament. You got to be able to play great defense. You have to control the boards. You got to minimize your turnovers. UCLA has been able to do that. They have an experienced squad where these guys they're battle tested. And so some of the things that we're seeing, teams are losing games because they can't do the simple stuff. They can't execute a press offense in key moments. They're throwing cross-court passes passes that you see at the rec center on Saturdays with the kids that are 10 and under, turning it over. Teams are doing that. And so as long as UCLA plays within themselves and they don't give the game away, as Mick Cronin likes to talk about, they're going to have a chance to advance. And they don't need to necessarily be the best team in the country. They just need to be the best team in the arena today. And if they're that, they're going to continue to win.
Play defense. I mean, that's what it's all about. You play defense, you can survive an off shooting day. UCLA will have a game against Northwestern coming up. Meanwhile, second half is underway right now. Tennessee leading Duke by a score of 30-24. We'll keep you updated on everything with all the March Madness going on. Got a lot of NBA news. I'll talk about my trip to Arizona. I was at spring training for the Dodgers this past week, Bucky. But on the other side, we got all kinds of NFL news. We're not going to start with Aaron Rodgers. No, we're going to start with the situation involving Lamar Jackson. Will an offer come down to the Ravens for Lamar Jackson? I got a team in mind. We'll share it with you. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
Please, time to check those brackets.
Bracketologists.
Still in it?
There are enough things to sort out in this bracket scenario.
Well, congratulations.
Yay!
You'll live to fight another day.
Yeah!
Keep it right here for all of your tournament news.
It's that easy.
On Fox Sports Radio.
The biggest tournament in college basketball is here. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on college hoops and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can score a no-sweat bet during round 1 and 2 of the tournament. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up with code UPONGAME. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Win or lose, that's code UPONGAME only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 plus in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467369. Bonus issued as bonus bets. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing college basketball bet. Up to $10. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of our everyday low prices, pros can save big when buying in bulk. Or if your purchase is over $1,500, ask about our Volume Savings Program. A pro associate can provide a customized quote. Ask about our Volume Savings Programs today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Volume discount pricing quotes are valid up to 7 days. Visit your local pro desk to learn more and start saving. Offers subject to change and may not be available in all Lowe's stores.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure. Your connection protected. Zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to My Computer Career and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3, get 1 free on select in-stock Sumitomo or Cooper branded tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details. Ends March 26th. Plus, get additional cash saving specials on auto care services this week at bigotires.com.
At the United States Postal Service, we're reinventing our network to help keep your business moving. With new shipping options to deliver better value, greater flexibility to conveniently reach your customers, more confident shipping with new informed delivery features, and new electric vehicles for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/moving forward.
Dr. Rick here. Another sign you're becoming your parents is getting particular about details that don't matter.
The craziest thing happened when we got tacos the other day. Was it Wednesday or Thursday we got tacos? I know it wasn't Tuesday because that's when I went to my hairdresser. Shoot, what day was it?
See how we all lost interest there?
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Chance they get.
I'll name drop. Snoop Dogg said that.
Weekdays from 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Yeah! On Fox Sports Radio. Why are we blowing up socially?
Why?
It's because of you.
Uh-oh.
You want the videos on our YouTube channel? Just search for Fox Sports Radio.
Yes.
I know.
You want to comment on our tweets?
Tweet? Now I can tweet what I want to.
At Fox Sports Radio. And you want us in your timeline. You need us in your timeline.
Don't forget, you can follow us on social media.
That's why we're blowing up socially. On Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Steve Hartman and Bucky Brooks. This is Fox Sports Saturday, and we are live from the TireRack.com studios. I just spent some time in Arizona, Bucky. I was there, attended a spring training game with the Dodgers. I saw Corey Seager, the former Dodger, now playing with the Rangers, hit a home run off his former teammate, Clayton Kershaw. And I don't know if that ball has landed yet. That thing was absolutely launched. In fact, it was funny because, it's spring training, right? And there was a little exchange going on between Seager and Kershaw as he rounded the bases. And And apparently Kershaw was asked afterwards. I was there, and what did Seager say? And he said, Seager basically said, I was going to swing at that pitch, right? It was like a 2-strike fastball right down the middle of the plate. And Kershaw's not throwing as hard as he used to. So, but it was fun. I love the whole spring training atmosphere, but it's also a reminder that we're only a couple of weeks away from the start of the baseball season. Just another thing to add to the plate here, Bucky, at a very busy time in sports. By the way, updating Tennessee leading Duke by a score of 36-31, 15 minutes to go in the second half, and the game will continue to update you there. All right, I want to talk some Lamar Jackson with you right now. So teams have the opportunity to make an offer to the Ravens for the services of Lamar Jackson. They would have to forfeit 2 number 1 picks and obviously sign Lamar Jackson to a long-term deal. The reports is that trying to get a deal done between the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, they're like $100 million apart. I mean, they're not even close in the negotiation going on to try to get him set with the Ravens. So let's start with this question. If a team does offer a substantial amount of money for the services of Lamar Jackson, can you see any scenario in which the Ravens would match that offer?
I guess if it works for them, like within the budget and within the salary cap stuff, but I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Ravens appear to want to move on from Lamar Jackson just based on the terms, based on the lengthy negotiation, the back and forth that they've been having to undergo. And this was kind of the last straw. The last straw is to sign him to non-exclusive tag and allow somebody else to do your bidding, meaning someone else comes up with the contract, someone else gets him to agree to terms that you couldn't get him to do, and then you look at that contract and you try and figure out, is this something that we want to do? The issue that you have, the dance cards are almost full. You have a handful of teams at the top of the draft that may want to get in the quarterback game, but how many of those want to play premium prices for the quarterback? We've talked about it. We've seen the best time to build a Super Bowl team is when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal. It's significantly cheaper than the deals that we're seeing for franchise quarterbacks. And so it's just easier to build around that. And Lamar Jackson is at the point where now the salary may make it prohibitive for him to find another deal on the market that is going to exceed what the Baltimore Ravens have kind of slid across the table in his direction.
All right, so the deal is this. If no teams offer him a bid, he will get paid $32 million next year. Had they given him the exclusive tag, he would have made $45 million. So let me ask you this, Bucky. Do you think that there's any collusion going on right now amongst NFL owners to not make an offer for Lamar Jackson to keep his number down, especially for a former MVP, a guy that is, 46-15 as a starting quarterback, in some vain effort to try to keep some of these numbers down when it comes to guaranteed money for the quarterback?
I say it's odd that a quarterback with the things that Lamar Jackson has not been paid yet. We've seen other quarterbacks kind of come through there who are less accomplished, but were able to get their money. Notably, we just saw Daniel Jones get a big contract, puts him in the $40 million club. He had 15 touchdown passes a year ago. He struggled with his turnovers throughout his career until last season. He's not nearly the player that Lamar Jackson is, but he was able to get his money. And so that's probably part of the problem when it comes to Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's contract is really hindered. The negotiation is hindered by the fact that Deshaun Watson signed the blockbuster deal. Fully guaranteed, the amount of money that he was able to get in guarantees, all that other stuff. But the difference was Deshaun Watson had multiple suitors that drove up the cost of the bidding. The Cleveland Browns were not even considered in the game until all of a sudden they put out that big deal where they would fully guarantee everything. And that's when they were able to swipe Deshaun Watson from Carolina and Atlanta and some of the other teams that were interested. Lamar Jackson right now doesn't have that same leverage. And unfortunately for him, it comes at a time where he has been injured each of the past 2 seasons. And even though his injuries have nothing to do with his playing style because they happen within the pocket. It is given the naysayers, it's given the team, it's given those who were leery on paying big bucks to him in particular enough ammunition to say, I don't know if we can go with a fully guaranteed deal based on the way that you performed the last 2 years. Not necessarily the numbers, but your inability to finish the season upright. That has been the biggest issue.
All right, so there's been talk about the Colts, although the Colts would end up giving the 4th overall pick in the draft up. I don't know about that. They've been talking about the Falcons, who have the 8th overall pick. If not those two teams, there's one team that, in my mind, is such an obvious choice. But the question is, would this organization do what's necessary to bring in a franchise quarterback of the level of Lamar Jackson? And that, to me, is the New England Patriots. Because when you look at a division that already has an emerging Tua Tagovailoa, who, hopefully he'll stay healthy, but you can see where that Miami offense is going. Obviously, you have Josh Allen, and we'll get to the Aaron Rodgers situation with the Jets. But I don't know where you stand with Mac Jones, but I know this, Lamar Jackson is better than Mac Jones. And I remember when Lamar Jackson, blew out New England. You remember that game the Ravens have? And afterwards, Belichick was just going nuts about Lamar Jackson and what he brings, that whole dynamic. He thought maybe I could get that out of Cam Newton, but Newton's time had come and gone. He's got an opportunity right now. They have the 14th overall pick. It's not the top 10 pick. But you give up 2 number ones for Lamar Jackson entering the prime of his career, and you're Belichick? Man, with all due respect to Mac Jones, he ain't Lamar Jackson. Do you think there's any possibility the Patriots would commit that kind of money to bring in a quarterback of the caliber of Lamar Jackson?
That's really interesting. It's really interesting when you bring that up and you talk about it in those terms. Bill Belichick has a history of going after players that he deems to be the best players in the league. We've seen him bring in players from all over because he just had an affinity for those he believes are great players. There's no doubt in my mind and many people's mind that Lamar Jackson isn't a great player. He brings special stuff to the field when he's at quarterback. I could see the Patriots kind of laying in the cut, trying to assess what it looks like, and then maybe they jump in. Because if you bring Lamar Jackson over, what it does is it not only elevates their ability to move the ball, particularly with that power-based run game that they have, but now they have some playmakers on the outside. You bring in a Mike Gesicki, you have Juju Smith-Schuster, guys who can work over the middle of the field, which is where Lamar Jackson does his most damage. This could be a very intriguing situation, particularly knowing that the New England Patriots attempted to do it with Cam Newton. Bill Belichick isn't afraid to have a different style quarterback in the fold.
I think he's waiting, see anybody else jumps in. If nobody else jumps in, he may look around and say, look, if we're convinced that the Ravens are not going to match the offer, it may not cost us as much as we think. And we're getting a superstar quarterback who's, 26 years old? Makes sense to me. And it also depends on how long Belichick plans on coaching. But I think he's going to be at least around for the next 5 years. It just makes a lot of sense to me. By the way, if you're still overpaying for a razor in this economy, that's just simply gross. With Dollar Shave Club, you can get a top shelf shave at a regular shelf price. Dollar Shave Club is available at a store near you in the men's razor aisle. That's it. That's the ad. Let's find out what is trending right now with all the March Madness going on. And I know he's locked into the NIT.
Yes.
Brian Fenley.
Well, I got a perfect NIT bracket going right now.
Oh, you do? Yeah.
Because I didn't do one, so I haven't missed any of the games.
Yeah. I actually have a friend of mine. She filled out a bracket for the very first time in one of those gigantic, 20 million people brackets. And she was in the top 10% after the first 2 days. Just picking random games.
If I had Arizona in the national championship game and Memphis in the Final Four, do you think I still have a chance in the FSR Challenge Pool bracket?
I don't think so.
No, probably not. Yeah, I might be last. I may be the way bottom.
Honestly, I filled out my bracket, and I don't remember who I filled out. I didn't even want to find out. I just thought, let it ride. If I did well, I'll find out. If I did lousy, I'll find out. So I'm just...
Did you have UCLA as the national champion?
I have UCLA in the Final Four. I learned my lesson 2 years ago, right? Because I 2 years ago, it was a weird year. All the games are going to be played in Indianapolis, and I thought UCLA didn't even belong in the tournament. They had a first four bid. I had them with a quick exit, and, of course, they go to the Final Four. That always hurts when you don't pick your own school and they make a run. So I'll never make that mistake again. I feel pretty good about it right now.
Yeah, likewise. As far as the one game happening right now in the NCAA tournament, as we look at second-round games, 5-seeded Duke is trailing the 4-seed Tennessee, 44-37, just under 11 minutes to go in the second half. This out of the East Regional. The Blue Devils with 14 made field goals and 13 turnovers, and despite those pedestrian numbers, they are within single digits of the Vols. The earlier game that already wrapped up saw number 5 San Diego State torture 13-seeded Furman 75-52, and so the Aztecs are the first team in the field, the first of the 8 games that are taking place today to get into the Sweet 16. By the way, our next game that is coming up, that will be at 5:15 Eastern time, and it's the 1-seed Kansas going up against the 8-seeded Arkansas, and you will not see Bill Self, the Jayhawks head coach, wandering up and down the sidelines as he continues his recovery process, as Bucky and Steve were talking about, from an operation last week to alleviate blocked arteries after he noticed chest pain. So Norm Roberts will be the acting head coach in this game for the Jayhawks. In the NBA, we are watching right now the Clippers in a tight one, just a 2-point lead at home at Crypto.com Arena against the Magic, 64-62, 7:23 to go in the third quarter of that one. And a comeback victory for the Knicks, 116-110 over the Nuggets at Madison Square Garden, where Nikola Jokic was just 2 assists shy of a triple-double, 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. With that, let's get it back to the pride of UCLA, Steve Hartman, and the pride of North Carolina, Bucky Brooks. And Bucky, I am still in a daze as to how the Tar Heels, from a preseason 1 seed, are not in the big dance. I can't believe it.
Well, I blame the prognosticators for not looking at the team last year and realizing that they were a middle-of-the-pack team. They got hot, and then they anointed them the number 1. But it is disappointing. They should never be out of the tournament, but it's disappointing for sure.
No, but as I mentioned, tearing down the NIT, I love that. I mean, you're North Carolina, right? You're not going to settle for an NIT. Your heart's not in it. By the way, we're coming to you live from the TireRack.com studios. Speaking of your heart in it, I mean, this is a big part, right? We were talking about when we watch this March Madness and you're looking at teams pulling these upsets. And for instance, the coach of Fairleigh Dickinson, right? And this guy, by the way, he speaks faster than I do. This guy speaks at such a rapid rate, I cannot literally understand a word he says. But talk about motivating a team. And you're a coach, so you know what I'm talking about. The biggest part of coaching is it's more than motivating a team to play hard. It's giving them the belief they can be maybe better than they are. And this Fairleigh Dickinson guy had basically convinced his team, well, as soon as they realized they were going to play Purdue when, we were last Sunday, he goes, I've seen this team. We can beat this team. I mean, he absolutely convinced them we can beat this team. And you could see it from the outset of that game. They did not feel like a 16 seed going against the 1. They went toe-to-toe, despite the fact that size-wise, they were half the size of that Purdue team, and they battled all the way. So as a coach, how do you get that mindset? Because I got another direction I want to go on this, motivated or not motivated, but how do you get a team's mindset that maybe they're actually better than reality says they are?
Well, I mean, I think Bill Parcells said this. Every game is winnable if you're willing to do what it takes, meaning if you can look at the game and look at the opponent and try and find a way to put the game on your terms, whatever that might be. That might be playing stall ball, slow it down. That might mean picking it up, going fast. That might mean pressing. But being willing to get out of your comfort zone to make the other team uncomfortable, you can win the game. And I think when this guy stands in front of his team, I think, one, he's built enough currency in the trust bank from them that they trust that he's going to give them a game plan that is going to allow them to be successful. And when you have guys who believe in the coach because they've seen the coach deliver a return on the investment, they're willing to buy in. And so with him taking that stand immediately after that playing game win to then say, hey, I've seen this team. We can beat this team. Here's what we need to do. Guys are listening. And then as you get into the game, Steve, and as some of the things that your coach has said is coming to fruition, now you fully believe it. Because they were in the game early, because the game was always kind of tight and they were always within striking distance, the longer the game went on, the greater their self-belief came. And then the pressure on Purdue, being number one seed, being a team that has fallen to the last two tournaments before this one, the pressure kicked in. And so now it begins to have a snowball effect on the opposition as you continue to build the confidence, and then it kind of overwhelms you.
Yeah, by the way, let's mention it is Tobin Anderson. Of course, he had been at St. Thomas Aquinas for like 9 years before taking over the Fairleigh Dickinson job this year. And even though it was, they were 19 and 15 at the end of the season, which is why they were a 16 seed play-in. But now at 21 and 15, I would imagine this guy's going to be getting a few offers. That's what happens. If you can take an unknown school and suddenly have remember Shaka Smart of VCU from the first four to the Final Four, suddenly can be a hot commodity out there. I want to just sort of flip this motivation thing to the NBA right now and the idea of professional athletes versus the influence that college coaches have on college kids, because the coaches really have the control at the collegiate level. Not so at the NBA. The Lakers. They lost a game last night, a buzzer beater to Dallas. And afterwards, Anthony Davis took ownership of a complete collapse at home in a must game for a Laker team. That all this braggadocio, after the All-Star break, LeBron said these would be the 23 most important games of my career. He hasn't even played. He's only played 3 games, 3 total, since he broke the all-time NBA career scoring mark. I know he's hurt, but how long is he going to be out? I also remember that Darvin Ham, the coach of the Lakers, saying that LeBron and Anthony Davis would not miss a single game. And he holds AD out of this game against the lowly Houston Rockets, and they lose that game. I'm watching this team, and I'm like, how motivated are they? Seriously. I mean, when you're making all that money and, you talk a good game because everyone expects you to talk about, it's about winning championships and this, that, and everything else. I'm not seeing it. And I don't know how you get that at the professional level. Some teams eventually get it. I always feel like the Warriors were that team a year ago where they were motivated to prove to the world that we can win another championship without Kevin Durant. But if you're coaching the Lakers right now, Bucky, I don't see it. This team may crawl in as a playing game and have a quick exit. But when you consider their payroll, the names on that roster, it's just not happening right now, man.
No, it's not happening. And you wonder if it will happen. I will say that the Lakers have worked themselves into contention in terms of the play-in tournament. And so you would like to be optimistic that if they get into that round, they can win a couple games in the play-in and give themselves an opportunity to play in the bracket play. The thing that you have to have is AD has to play at a high level. And then when eventually LeBron comes back, he has to jump in and kind of fit in with all the new pieces around him. Still time. Still a handful of games to play. Still enough time to build a chemistry and continuity that you need to have to play at championship level. But it's a tough one.
Yeah, I always remember the Marvin Hagler quote when he said, it's tough to get out of bed to do road work at 5 a.m. when you're sleeping in soaked pajamas. How do you keep that hunger? I mean, some guys do. Tom Brady was one of those guys. I think LeBron, to a degree, has always been one of those guys where you've done it all. You have nothing left to prove. Kobe was certainly that way, where you're just constantly pushing yourself, no matter how comfortable you get, because it's only human nature, right? You got, tens of millions of dollars. You're financially set for life. Where's the motivation at that point to continue on? On the other side, we're going to get to that motivation in terms of a quarterback by the name of Aaron Rodgers. How motivated is he to play for the New York Jets? We'll tell you. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
Here we go. College basketball fans, the math is simple. March plus basketball equals drama.
Pushing time running down.
Your men's tournament drama begins here. We're covering the tourney from every angle on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Our partner, TireRack.com. You know, fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, tire decision guide, mobile installation. They test tires. They've got their own test track where they push tires to the limit. Want a quiet tire with great traction and a comfortable ride? Use their results to make an informed choice. They sell only the best, like the full line of Bridgestone tires. Go to TireRack.com/sports to see for yourself. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
It's Saturday, and this is Johnny Mosley with your Toyota Tahoe report. We have mixed conditions around the lake, but there's still great skiing to be had. Just hop in your Toyota and get up here.
Thanks, Johnny. Partly cloudy skies today with light and variable winds. Temperatures should be around 46 degrees. Clouds will increase in the evening with light rain and possible snow developing overnight. More snow is expected next week. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
What is dedication?
My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information, information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
When you call yourself the premier sports lineup in the nation, you have to back it up. Well, my friends, we do. Check these names: Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Doug Gottlieb. Spectacular. Cavino and Rich, Chris Broussard, Rob Parker, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, and Mike Harmon. Is that premier enough? Listen to all those names right here. Really? On Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Steve Hartman, Bucky Brooks here, Fox Sports Saturday, coming to you live from the TireRack.com studios. Tennessee leading Duke 56-48, under 4.5 minutes to go. This is a Duke team that won their last 9 in a row, including the ACC tournament, so they finished strong after some indifferences early on. Now, Tennessee just hit a 3, so they're up 11 now, 4 minutes to go. Not looking good for the Dukies. Again, a team that came in with a lot of hype. In fact, according to Rivals, they had 3 of the top 5 high school basketball players. 3 of the top 5. One of them got hurt. Another guy underperformed. Filipowski, he's lived up to the hype, but yeah, this would be a tough loss for Duke to get out before the Sweet 16. I'm sure you.
I mean, it would be a tough loss for them. I mean, it appears that the bracket is wide open for them to kind of dance and skate into the Final Four. But this is a tough game, and every team has to go through a tough game to kind of get to the 4. But it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the Dukies. It breaks my heart.
Here's the one thing. So Tennessee is coached by Rick Barnes, who's been coaching like forever.
Forever.
In fact, I'm looking. He first started as a coach at George Mason in the 87-88 season. Then he went to Providence, Clemson, all those years he had at Texas, and, of course, many years at Tennessee. So he's been around forever. He's won almost 800 games, and he's been to the tournament a million times. This is the thing for John Shire, right? I mean, you're a first-year head coach, and it's a mixed bag. We saw Hubert Davis last year, first year, and, man, he was like magic from North Carolina. But sometimes there's a reason why certain coaches have a consistent success rate in the tournament. It's a different beast. It's just like we talk about in playoff action, that coaching in the playoffs is much different than coaching in the regular season. And it's very true of this tournament. If you're a coach and you've been there, done that, if you figured out a few little tricks of the trade to get you through, it can help you. And that's at least what's happening right now with Tennessee pulling away against Duke.
You know, one thing, Steve, that you cannot underestimate is experience. And coaching experience matters because the more games that you've been in, the more situations that you've seen, you have more answers. And the tournament requires you to have answers. And you have to be able to deliver those answers to your players quickly. You have to have clear thoughts and those things. And the only way you can get that is by playing in these games. And so John Shire is a great coach. And watching how this Duke team has improved over the course of his first season, he has all the chops to be a really good coach, but he just doesn't have what I would call that big game experience. And you can sit beside Coach K, you can sit beside a great head coach for a long time, but until you're tasked with making the decisions instead of making the suggestions, you don't gain that experience that you need to win at a high level. And it's one of the lessons that he is learning now. He'll continue to learn. And as he gains more experience, he will develop a level of expertise that will allow him to win these games going forward.
All right, so we'll keep our eye on that game coming up, Kansas and Arkansas. Next game up here as we'll figure out the field of 16, the Sweet 16 by weekend's end. All right, I want to skip to Aaron Rodgers, and we'll wait till the next hour to get into the whole dynamics, the waiting game between the Packers and the Jets right now. But I wanted to get into the head of Aaron Rodgers as best we can, which is very difficult. So he claims that when he emerged from hibernation, that he was 90% set on retiring. 90%. But there was that 10% in him that said, well, maybe another opportunity, a fresh start somewhere else might be the right ticket. Now he's made it publicly clear that he is motivated to be a New York Jet. But is he really? I mean, if you're the New York Jets right now, whatever the compensation may be, are you 100% convinced that he is all in on being a New York Jet?
No, I'm not. I mean, anytime you talk about being 90% retired, you're retired. And his emotion, his desire to want to prove the Packers fans, the Packers wrong for moving on from him and getting on with Jordan Love being the franchise quarterback, all of that is great. But when you get into the dog days of the season, when the season becomes a grind and you really have to work at it and pour yourself into it, then you have to be committed to doing it because otherwise it's too hard. Is he going to be willing to do that stuff? And so the 90% retirement comments to me are telling. And if I'm a Jets front office official, coach, or fan, I am worried about the version of Aaron Rodgers that's going to show up because it'd be easy for him to be motivated the first part of the year. But what happens after they take a couple of losses? Or what happens if it doesn't start out the way that he wants it to start out? Is he going to cut bait? Is he going to pack it up and leave? Or does he have the grit and the gumption to finish the job? I'm worried about that part of Aaron Rodgers because he's 39 years of age. You already saw he's not really looking to get hit and do those things. And so he's changing. I worry about Aaron Rodgers with the Jets.
I agree. And of course, they have Nathaniel Hackett now as their offensive coordinator coming off his disastrous season as the head coach of the Denver Broncos. And, Lazard is there and he's saying, hey, this guy did more. He's the best teacher I've ever been around and this, that, and everything else. He's a real positive. But I've never believed that somehow Aaron Rodgers is connected or tied to a coach, whether it's a head coach or an assistant coach. He just marches to his own beat. I don't think that the presence of Hackett is going to be like, well, there's a motivator for me. I'm all in. Nathaniel Hackett's my offensive coordinator. All right, on the other side, it's a waiting game going on right now between the Jets and the Packers, who ultimately will get the price they want to pay for Aaron Rodgers. Keep it here. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to three key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important, and it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet Woods and Irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster club head speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet irons are made with hot face technology, so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
The biggest tournament in college basketball is here. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on college hoops and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can score a no-sweat bet during round 1 and 2 of the tournament. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up with code UPONGAME. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Win or lose, that's code UPONGAME only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 plus in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus issued as bonus bets. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing college basketball bet up to $10. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th for their once-yearly red tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing, and save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their red tag clearance sale March 24th through March 26th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Tax refund shock is everywhere. But what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited-time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Using your phone should never have to be a luxury. Walmart Family Mobile now offers free or discounted plans through the Affordable Connectivity Program. ACP is a government program that helps eligible Americans have access to wireless service. You could get unlimited talk, text, and 8 GB of high-speed data for free when you qualify. Apply now at myfamilymobile.com/ACP. Walmart Family Mobile is supported by the Affordable Connectivity Program and Lifeline Government Assistance Programs. Please visit myfamilymobile.com/ACP for more information.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
We are Fox Sports! And here's what you need to know.
Number 5, Duke is in trouble as we take note of second round of the NCAA tournament games today. Number 4, Tennessee is leading 61-52, and there is a bit under a minute and 20 seconds. That lead is now out to 11. 63-52 is our score as we're coming up on the 1 minute mark of that game. Meanwhile, earlier, 5-seeded San Diego State pulling away against number 13 Furman, 75-52. So the Aztecs are the first team in the field to get to the Sweet 16. As far as what is happening in the NBA, we are watching the Magic and Clippers go at it early stages of the fourth quarter, and the Clip Show has an 86-82 lead with 2.5 minutes into that fourth quarter, and a comeback win for the New York Knicks, 116-110 against the Nuggets, despite a near triple-double performance from Denver's Nikola Jokic. I'm Brian Fenley.
Fox Sports Saturday is up.
Yeah. One time we gon' give it to you like this. Yeah, like this. Yeah, like this.
The plays, the sounds of the game, the interviews, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we'll cover it here. Your Fox Sports Saturday is right now.
Y'all gon' make me lose my mind.
Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio. Here's Steve Hartman and 5-year NFL veteran Bucky Brooks.
Well, in the midst of all this big college basketball action, this is Fox Sports Saturday, and we are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios, TireRack.com. We're going to help get you there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be, and Duke is going to go down. Down 13 with 40 seconds to go. Tennessee is going to move on to the Sweet 16. If you're wondering how a team that wins the ACC tournament is a 5 seed, it's in full effect as Duke has just 52 points in this game as they rattle off the final seconds. I got to ask you this, Bucky, as a Tar Heel, because being a Bruin, people say, well, how much do you hate USC? And my attitude is I root for USC, unless obviously they're playing UCLA, because if USC is good, then beating them means that much more. So what is your view as a Tar Heel about Duke? Are you elated that Duke has gone down and that is the final score, 65-52? Tennessee has knocked out Duke. So do you root for or against Duke when they're not playing North Carolina?
I'm really neutral when it comes to Duke. I don't really care about them or NC State or any of the ACC teams, to be honest. So it does me no good. I'm not one that pulls for the conference to do well in the tournament. It doesn't matter. If the Tar Heels aren't in it, I could care less what goes on. However, I might take a little satisfaction because my timeline was blowing up a little bit after Carolina was invited to the NIT and turned it down. And so now NC State and Duke can sit at home with Carolina. We can watch the rest of the tournament, and everyone can get along splendidly.
That was ugly by Duke today. I mean, they came out ice cold, and they stayed that way throughout the game. So you think about John Shire inheriting, obviously, a program from the richest tradition. I remember the guy that followed John Wooden at UCLA was a coach named Gene Bartow, who, of course, after 2 years at UCLA would leave to launch that new program at the time at Alabama Birmingham. He was a good coach. Mm-hmm. He sort of looked like Wooden. He had glasses, It was like we're going to replace John Wooden with a guy that sort of resembles a little taller, but that he had the Wooden look. 2 years and he was like done. The pressure was immense. And I remember a conversation I had with one coach saying that that he purposely turned down a job because a legend had held that job. You don't want to be the next guy. And I just wonder for John Shire, after, again, coming in with a highly touted recruiting class and not even making it to the Sweet 16. Last year, of course, Duke made it to the Final Four in Coach K's final year. How this guy's going to hold up? It's not going to be easy. I promise you that.
No, it'd never be easy. I mean, the hardest thing to do is to step in for a legend. All of the things, the wonderful things that Coach K was accomplished throughout his tenure at Duke. I mean, it'd be hard to live up to that. And the only thing that John Shire can do is be the best version of who he is. Very similar to what Hubert Davis is having to do in filling in for Roy Williams, who came after, the legendary Dean Smith, a few iterations after that. And so it is hard to step in that. And so you have to create kind of like your own legacy under the specter of that big kingdom that the legendary coach has established. And it's hard for anyone to do it. I mean, let's be honest. Mick Cronin still has to live in the shadow of John Wooden because the standard has been established by Wooden winning all of those championships in volley. And so it's one of those things that coaches have to do. You have to embrace it, though, and understand that, look, the foundation of this program was created by a legendary coach, but what we want to do is take it up even higher. We want to take it up even farther, take the baton and go farther with it. And so we'll see if he is able to do that, if some of these other coaches are able to do it. But it's tough. It's a tough situation when you're a young coach filling in for a legend.
You mentioned the fact that Mick Cronin, he's not the guy that inherited a program from Steve Alford. It is John Wooden. And it was that way for Alabama for years with Bear Bryant, right? Mm-hmm. Until a guy like Nick Saban came along and surpassed what Bear Bryant was able to do at Alabama. That's gutsy. It really is. I mean, because he knew, despite his background coming to Alabama, if you don't win, multiple national championships, you're going to be deemed a failure, fair or not. And obviously Nick Saban was not deterred by that, and he's gone on to unprecedented success at the University of Alabama. So next game coming up will be Arkansas and Kansas. Kansas, the number 1 seed in the West region. Arkansas, an 8 seed. And, Musselman has done a heck of a job And there's another story. I always love these great coaching stories about guys that sort of survive in the business. Eric Musselman, I remember years ago here, Bucky, at Fox Sports Radio, after being the head coach with the Golden State Warriors, and he was with the Sacramento Kings, and he was like out of coaching for a couple of years. Like he was doing, commentary work. We were bringing him on our show as sort of an insider. And I remember he was suddenly with the LA Defenders. He's in the D League. And you're just like, wow, I mean, this is sad. I mean, he's still a relatively young guy. Is he ever going to get another opportunity? Finally, Arizona State hired him as an assistant coach. And then he went to LSU for a couple of years. But he went to Nevada, got the job done, and now he's doing it at Arkansas. So we always talk about comeback stories. Musselman's one of those guys as they get ready to take on Kansas today that never lost his belief in the fact that he could get the job done. And now making big money again, super guy. I get excited about stories like that.
It's a great story. It's a great story because he reinvented himself. He was a lifetime pro coach. He had toured in not only the NBA, but G League, CBA, all that other stuff, right? He is the son of a legendary coach, Bill Musselman, who was a great showman and all those things. And so all that he knew was the pros. He gets fired from his job. He then goes and works in the college ranks and finds a way to learn that game. You talked about the success that he had in Nevada. You're now seeing the success that he's having at Arkansas. It's really a great tale. It's a great story in terms of turning a failure into a greater success because you're willing to do the dirty work. And he did the dirty work. He changed his ways. He changed the way that he looks at the game and all that other stuff. And it's really worked out well for him. So hats off to him for the job that he's done. And maybe he'll have an opportunity, to take this team to the Sweet 16 and beyond if they can take care of business.
I've always wondered about that, though, from a coach's standpoint, because we talk about comebacks all the time, players that maybe, flame out and then they get an opportunity elsewhere and find their way back, although the majority don't. When they've lost it for good and can't get it back. But from a coach's standpoint, if you go through a period of non-success where suddenly you might be second-guessing your ability to actually get the job done, how do you get it back? Can you get it back? Well, obviously, we're talking about a guy like Eric Musselman, but how do you get something like that back when people around you are saying, dude, you've lost it. It's over. You can't do it anymore. How do you get it back and prove them wrong?
I think you have to do it. I think you have to do it just like Eric Musselman did. You got to do some deep soul searching. You have to be willing to maybe take a step back or a step down. He went from the highest of the high when it comes to being able to coach at the highest level in the NBA to then being an assistant coach at the collegiate level, then being almost like working his way up from Nevada to then being able to get in the SEC with Arkansas. He had to take a couple of steps back to have an opportunity to find his way, rebuild and repair his confidence, and then show the world that he is a great coach. And he has, by all accounts, shown to be a very, very good coach. When he has talent, he's able to put it together. He has done it. And this Arkansas team is a very, very tough team. And he had success before that at Nevada. So that's the way that you have to do it. Sometimes you have to take a couple steps back, humble yourself, find an opportunity that allows you to grow, and then show the growth by finding a way to win games with what you have.
Now, remember, this is an Arkansas team that made the Elite Eight the last 2 years. This year, they were 9th in conference, still snuck into the tournament. So, by the way, that line is dropping more. Remember, I mentioned a 4-point favorite for Kansas, the 1 seed against the 8. It's down to 3.5. Money is pouring in on the Razorbacks. Bill Self will not be on the bench for the Jayhawks in this game. So interesting matchup. That'll be our next matchup in about 15 minutes. Kansas taking on Arkansas. By the way, the game after that is the Missouri-Princeton game, which everyone thought was going to be Missouri-Arizona. And when I watch Arizona completely discombobulate at the end of that game against a Princeton team, remember, Ivy League schools do not have scholarships. They're all non-scholarship athletes. All I kept thinking about was the effort that Arizona used to win the Pac-12 tournament against UCLA. And this is something I've always researched this about success in the conference tournament. Could there actually be an adverse effect when it comes to the NCAA tournament. It's a mixed bag. I mean, the ultimate, positive was that UConn team in 2011 with Kemba Walker. They had to win five games in 5 nights to win the Big East tournament and still had enough gas left in the tank to win the NCAA tournament. But I've seen a lot of Final Four teams over the years, Bucky, and you look back and they were out one and dones in their conference tournaments. So it's tough. And Arizona just looked out of gas after winning those 3 games in 3 nights to win the Pac-12 tournament, losing that game to Princeton.
Yes, and I think there's something to that. Roy Williams at North Carolina used to talk about the focal point being the national title. And so they didn't put as much into winning the ACC tournament. If they lost early, it gave them opportunity actually to practice and get ready for the NCAA tournament. It's hard because I'm conflicted. I believe the conference tournament is valuable. There's a lot too. The ACC, they recognize the conference tournament champion as the champion of the conference. And those are the banners that hang up in the arenas. And so you want to win that. I think what it requires, though, it requires coaches to understand the effort that was expended during the conference tournament and to be able to tweak your practice schedules to make sure that your players are fresh and ready to go when they get into the NCAA tournament. There's some kind of formula, some kind of code that you have to unlock. But if you can do that, your team will still respond and play well in the NCAAs.
All right. Aaron Rodgers has made it clear, I'm ready to be a Jet. So what's the holdup, and which team, the Packers or the Jets, have the upper hand? We'll have the latest. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
Bracket busted? Spirit been crushed? We understand. It's okay. Let it out. How about the quad? Let us be that shoulder to cry on. Bring it in, big guy. The tournament is going down. You can feel the madness. This is Fox Sports Radio.
The biggest tournament in college basketball is here. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on college hoops and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can score a no-sweat bet during round 1 and 2 of the tournament. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up with code UPONGAME. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Win or lose, that's code UPONGAME only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 plus in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467369. Bonus issued as bonus bets. Opt-in required. 1 bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing college basketball bet. Up to $10. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. And it's temperature balancing, so you stay cool. So you're at your best for yourself and those you care about most. Life-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number. It's our lowest price ever. Save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 smart bed, plus special financing, only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. See store for details.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BEAT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BEAT to 42424. That's BEAT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Nature Valley Crunchy Bars are the snack for out there. You know, the place where you hear sounds like this. And this. Oh, and this. Nature Valley. Life happens out there.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Get ready, because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
Switch on. This is who we are.
Our business is sports. We're going to do our thing.
We're your friend.
Yes!
We're that pain in the butt.
Oh!
We're the one that makes you think.
So the speculation is...
And we're the reason why you take your time out of the day to listen.
Bingo. Thank you very much.
We're Fox Sports Radio.
And of course, the formidable Fox Sports Radio lineup.
And this is who we are. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Steve Hartman and Bucky Brooks here on Fox Sports Saturday. We're coming to you live from the TireRack.com studios. During the break here, I was talking to Iowa Sam and Bo about the Academy Awards. I don't know if you heard this. So last Sunday, Bucky, I brought my Oscar expert on. Normally I'd have him on during my Friday show leading up to the Sunday Academy Awards, but I don't have a Friday show right now. So brought him on Academy Sunday. He ran down all 23 categories. What's going to win, right? And he was 19-4. Last year, he was 22-1. This guy's unbelievable. Top 8 categories, picture, director, 4 acting awards, 2 writing awards, 8 for 8. So I kept telling people, I said the only reason, because I know a lot of people, in the sports world could care less about, movies, but I know there's a lot of gambling degenerates out there. And I said, if you want to make some money tonight, because you can bet on the Academy Awards, be listening. I hope they were listening. Okay, but are you a movie guy, Bucky?
Kinda. I wish I could say that I was more of a movie buff, but
so this is the thing about
like
you, Bucky. We've known each other a long time, and I have the utmost respect because a lot of people have accused me of overworking. Too many jobs, right? And my answer to them is the reason I work so much is that I can. But my schedule pales to yours because not only do you do, obviously we hear you on the radio, but you do television, you're a coach, and writing has been your main hub for all these years. So is there any free time for you to do anything outside of all your jobs?
I mean, there's free time, but I'm a football junkie. I'm a sports junkie. So when I have free time, it's something sports related. I'm gonna watch games. I'm invested in watching athletics because I just love looking at the chess match, regardless of the sport, whether it's basketball, football, baseball. If you have a hockey game on, particularly near the playoffs, I'm all in. And so my hobbies consist with that. Outside of like my daily yoga practice, that's about it, And so I wish that I could say that I was a movie buff and I was really into all of those things. And I have to go see like the Oscar movies and this and that, but yeah, it just doesn't tickle my fancy like that.
The only reason, again, my dad worked in the movie industry, so I was raised with it. It's one of those type of things. And my oldest son is working in the movie industry. My younger son is the big sports guy out there. But I'm with you. I mean, people ask me often, do you ever get tired of talking sports? I'm like, no, I never get tired. Why would I get tired of talking sports? There's always something new. I mean, the great thing about this NCAA basketball tournament is you're learning new names during the tournament. Like outside, look, obviously I know UCLA or maybe I know some of the schools, players, that were in the Pac-12 conference. But for a lot of these schools, some of them, I don't know these guys. And you get to know some of the players and maybe somebody emerges or a school emerges or a coach emerges out of the first round of games. Then you get to the Sweet 16. You've had a little, week to sort of talk about it, get a little buzz going. That's the one thing I love about this NCAA basketball tournament. So we're getting ready for the start of this game between Kansas and Arkansas. All right, let's get to the Aaron Rodgers story. So now that Rodgers, and again, I'm always trying to get in the head of Aaron Rodgers. So he comes out publicly saying that he's all in on the Jets. And in doing so, he really, in a lot of respects, screws over his team, the Packers. Because when you think about it, there are no other teams on the table. Some people would say, well, the Packers have the upper hand on the Jets because the Jets don't have a fallback plan. But what's the Packers' fallback plan? Bringing a disgruntled Aaron Rodgers back with no guarantee that he won't announce his retirement? They have Jordan Love, so I'm trying to figure this out because if you weren't listening a few weeks back with Bucky, and I asked you how much draft capital a team would have to give up to get Aaron Rodgers, you said, well, they're not going to have to give up a number 1 pick. Now, if you look at the upcoming draft, it doesn't seem likely that the Jets want to forfeit the 13th pick in the draft in order to get Aaron Rodgers, nor should they. So how long is this waiting game going to go on before we consummate this deal between the Jets and the Packers? And ultimately, what will the price be for the Jets to get Rodgers?
Ultimately, they won't call for a first-round pick. I think there would be any combination of multiple picks, 2s and 3s, maybe 2 2s, or maybe a third rounder this year and a conditional second rounder the following year that, the team in turn can then kind of parlay into first-round picks. But when you look at Aaron Rodgers and you look at where he is, he's 39 years of age. He has 2 years left on his deal. He told you before he was 90% ready to retire before going into the hole and having a epiphany in the darkness saying that he wants to play. And so you have to take those things in. And so if I am the Jets, I can't give you a first-round pick for a player who may only play 1 year. I don't want to give up that kind of capital because a first-round pick would be someone who is a core player, would be a core player for at least 4 or 5 years. And so I think you have to settle on compensation below the first round. And if you poll any executive, they would say the same about Aaron Rodgers. Even though he's a 4-time MVP and he's done some wonderful things in the league, where he is right now is the player that we saw last year. The player that we saw last year wasn't playing at the MVP level, and his team wasn't great. And so you just want to make sure that you evaluate him the right way. Don't evaluate him on the Lifetime Achievement Award, but evaluate him based on how he played last season, because he's more likely to play like he played last season than to return to form as an MVP.
All right, so the draft is coming up at the end of April, and, there's no kick-in bonuses or anything else in the existing contract. He's flat out making $59 million with the Packers this year. So there's no time restraint from the Packers' standpoint. From the Jets' standpoint, let's say the Packers, to me, as far as the Packers are concerned, they got to evaluate whether it's a second-round pick or whatever multiple picks they could get out of the Jets this season, whether they're better served getting the picks now or deferring the picks to seasons down the road. And then from the Jets' standpoint, how important is it post-draft? Let's say we get through the draft and still no deal has been done. OTAs, mini camps. At what point do you feel like is the cutoff time for the Jets to get Aaron Rodgers on the field with his teammates?
For the Jets, they want him ASAP.
Of course.
You want him ASAP because you want to start develop the chemistry and continuity that you need to play at a high level. We saw what it looked like when Aaron Rodgers is not around and he's playing with a bunch of young receivers. It took the Green Bay Packers about half the season to get in stride, to kind of find their way, for Christian Watson to emerge and become the player that many thought he would be during the draft process. And so for the Jets, the onus is on them to secure Aaron Rodgers' rights immediately so you can get him to New York and have him be participating in the offseason program and those things. Now, the offseason program doesn't start until April 17th. And so you have time. But the longer this goes, the more the pressure is on the Jets. The Green Bay Packers have already figured out how they're going to make this work with the dead cap money that Aaron Rodgers will have on the cap. They also have an option bonus that is not payable until 1 day before the start of the regular season.
Yeah.
So the Packers know that they can just take it all the way to the end and eventually cut him, waive him, or whatever right before the beginning of the season. And so they're okay with it. So it's on the Jets to kind of meet the Packers halfway so they can consummate the deal and make this go away.
So I agree with you. People don't understand this. The Packers can hold them all the way to the finish line if the Jets don't come up with the offer that the Packers want, because they've already moved on to Jordan Love. What's plan B for the Jets? All right, by the way, still overpaying for a razor. In this economy, that's gross. With Dollar Shave Club, you can get a top shelf shave at a regular shelf price. Dollar Shave Club is available at a store near you in the men's razor aisle. That's it. That is our ad. All right, untradeable is what we call the man right now that's going to tell us what's trending. We're talking about the legend himself, Brian Fenley. And
Please stop.
By the way, Bucky, did you see the B-Fen interview with yours truly? Did you see it?
I have not seen it. I was not tipped off on that.
Yeah, you're like the last person that hasn't seen it.
Yeah, Bucky's got to come on, too.
Bucky's another guy you got to get into.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I
share stories that I like the promotion of the interview that B-Fen uses, because he uses my raciest story where I talk about getting naked at multiple parties in high school.
Whoa.
In a desperate seeking of attention as a tease. for the interview.
But Bucky, in all honesty, the conversations are beyond the superficial chronological career talk, where it's about life and about you being a dad and that sort of thing. That those who work in this business and they're so busy, they don't really have time to reflect on their human and personal sides, and so we go down that road. Like, my favorite interviewer is Oprah, and so I love the kind of going down that road. And for Steve, he took me down a very interesting road, to say the least.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Okay, so you've done a lot of interviews over the years.
They're fun, yeah.
Percentage of you talking versus your guest talking, where do I rank in terms of monopolizing the conversation?
You are probably top 5.
Top 5.
Top 5. And I've done a couple hundred of these, so you would definitely be up there. I was impressed. You allowed me to ask a question. Now, I will say who beat you. There's one that comes to mind, and I love this guy.
Yeah.
And he's a mentor. He's awesome, and he's part of the Fox family. Tim Brando. He came on, and he's a great talker.
Yes, Tim
I mean, he can tell a story. So I got a couple questions in, but man, did he run with it. So it was you were channeling your inner Tim Brando in that setting.
Yeah, Bucky, he did a reset on our interview. We had to pause to extend the interview
yes.
a little bit, which I thought was good. Great stuff, by the way. BFan is as good an interviewer as there is out there.
Oh,
you're trying to go and really allow your guests to go in pretty much any direction they so choose.
Yeah, and away from the cliche and get really into the heartfelt original stuff. So yeah, Bucky, I know you're a busy guy, but it'd be fun to have you on at some point if you're interested.
Let's do that.
Let's make it happen.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
By the way, we do have our third game of the day in the NCAA tournament happening right now, the second round, and it's number 1 Kansas up 9-2 against 8-seeded Arkansas. They just had that under 16-minute timeout. Grady Dick had the dunk there for Kansas, so he has gotten out to a good start. From earlier, what a turn of events for number 4 Tennessee, as they got some big help from one of their players in the second half against number 5 Duke.
James fresh off the bench, defended by Whitehead. Kick out of the wing. Combo open 3. Got it! He's having a monster day with a spot in the Sweet 16 on the line.
Westwood won on the call. Combo had 27 points, including in the second half, a 13-0 personal run in the game. And it's a 65, as you heard, 65-52 final score there in the end for the Vols. 27 points from Combo. Also a marquee win for number 5 San Diego State as they beat 13 seed Furman, I should say, 75-52. Our next game coming up would be 15-seeded Princeton and 7-seeded Missouri, and that will be at about 45 minutes from now when they'll tip that thing up. Meantime, in the NBA, quickly, we'll get to a couple of finals. The Nuggets fall short against the Knicks, 116-110. Nikola Jokic, near triple-double, and the Magic go into Crypto.com Arena and stun the Clippers 113-108 despite 30 points from Paul George. But as I send it back to Bucky Brooks and Steve Hartman, our focus, there's 7 other NCAA tournament second-round games, but UCLA and Northwestern.
Yes.
Tennis are up for that one.
How are you feeling about the Bruins? Now, if you don't know, BFen does a lot of work at UCLA and has for many, many years. We're watching Kansas right now get off to a great start against Arkansas in this game up 9-2. They're the number 1 seed in the West region. If it were to come down to a Kansas-UCLA matchup to get to the Final Four, how are you feeling about that, BFan?
I think that UCLA, as long as they can get Mbona back, and that's the question mark, I think they're going to be okay with the emergence of Amari Bailey taking some of the role of Jalen Clark as far as the steals and the perimeter play and the athleticism without Clark. I think you're going to get that from Bailey. But Mbona, I think, guys, is the X factor. If he's fully healthy, I really don't think there's anything that can stop this team, considering, as you guys were talking about, how open the tournament is with all of these upsets that have already been in play.
I agree. Thanks so much, B-Fan. By the way, speaking of Bona, and by the way, we're coming to you live from the TireRack.com studios. If you have not seen the freshman center out of UCLA, the guy's a shot-blocking machine. How much value is that anymore in the NBA these days, Bucky? I mean, everybody's, even your big guys are standing at the three-point line. We used to talk about rim protectors. Is that still a premium in the NBA?
I think so, because you can play drop coverage, you can run people off the three-point line, funnel them into the lane, where you have a big, there's still a value for a shot blocker, and it doesn't always show up in the regular season, but in the postseason when every possession carries weight and you have to kind of grind it out and find a way to get buckets, it certainly helps to have a rim protector, someone that can discourage people from stepping in the paint and trying to shoot those layups and floaters.
Yeah, I hate to say it because I'd love to see him stay at UCLA, but he would appear to be a one and done. Another guy at UCLA, Amari Bailey, 5-star recruit. You and I are very familiar with his game coming out of high school. For half the season, it's like, where's this guy? Where is he? MIA. What happened to that 5-star recruit? All of a sudden, since the injury to Jalen Clark, he has shown up in a big way. So we'll see how the Bruins do. Again, by a day's end, we'll have 8 more games tomorrow, and the field will be set for the Sweet 16. Just getting back again for the Aaron Rodgers story for a moment here, and the leverage held. I'm sitting there with the Jets right now, thinking, what is their plan B? I mean, if the Packers, because again, as we explained, the Packers are under no urgency unless there's somebody they're targeting to get in this year's NFL draft, and if they can't get the 13th overall pick out of the Jets, they would say, well, the hell with it. We'll just wait. And like you said, there's no further money out of their pocket. They could literally hold Aaron Rodgers to the day before the start of the regular season, release him. They're going to be hit with a cap hit anyway. It doesn't matter. He may decide to retire, and the Jets would come up empty-handed. So at what point, if you're the Jets, do you have a little sense of desperation here where you think, wow, because, I mean, what good is Aaron Rodgers if he shows up the day before the start of the regular season? I mean, you got to get this guy in, right? I mean, you can't just have him come at the end of training camp, throw him out there, and think everything is going to be hunky-dory. It doesn't work that way. Even if he's familiar with the offensive coordinator, he's not familiar with all the receivers. Lazard, he knows, but I mean, the rest of the team he's not familiar with. So, I mean, I agree with you that they shouldn't give up a 1 pick. But if you get past the draft, now are you willing to part with future number 1 picks for a guy, as you said, now he's got 2 years on his contract, but he may only play 1 year. I don't know. How desperate do you think the Jets are to get Aaron Rodgers? And what's their plan B?
I don't know if anyone knows what their plan B is. There's another quarterback on the market that could be their plan B unless they decided they want to jump in the mix and take a swing at Lamar Jackson. But some would say Lamar Jackson is probably a better plan than Aaron Rodgers, because Lamar Jackson, you would have an opportunity to have a young quarterback to secure the position for maybe 5+ years and go about it that way. With Aaron Rodgers, it's a short-term fix. And so right now we're operating under an ASAP mentality if we're the Jets, because we want Aaron Rodgers in the building immediately. We need his leadership. We need our team to see him working so he can start to impress upon the team the things that are needed to play at a championship level. And so sometimes it might require overspending a little bit to get the bottom line result, which is we want number 12 in the building. We want to work with the young guys, and we want him to begin to establish the foundation that leads us to become a title contender this season.
Clarify for me on the Lamar Jackson situation. So a non-exclusive franchise tag gives another team an opportunity to make him an offer and part with 2 number 1 picks. Does one of those number 1 picks have to be 2023? Could it be 24, 25? How does that work in terms of the number 1 picks?
It would have to be, if it's done before the draft, it has to be a pick in this year's draft class and the following year's class. If something happens after the draft, then you can carry it over to the next year.
But it has to be consecutive drafts.
Yeah. Consecutive drafts. It has to be back-to-back. The big thing with Lamar Jackson is, trying to kind of read between the lines when it comes to the subtweeting. He absolutely knows his value. He understands that. When the reports came out and Adam Schefter reported about the Ravens' $133 million guaranteed, but that was part of a 6-year deal. Lamar Jackson tweeted 33 for 3 years, 133. That's what maybe the Ravens offered. Well, if you look at Lamar Jackson playing on multiple franchise tags, it puts him right in that mix. So you talk about $32 million this year, maybe 45 the following year, and then 50 the year after that. And so right now, just by inking what would be 3 straight franchise tags, he's already in that in that range. And so now it's about, okay, well, why would I give you 6 years of commitment to get the same money in essence that I would get if I continue to sign these franchise deals? And so I think everyone just kind of has to understand the nuanced nature of how the money was guaranteed, if it was fully guaranteed, if it was partially, if it was, missing the like injury and skill and all those other things. But Lamar Jackson will eventually get his money either from the Ravens or somewhere else. But there's a lot of pressure right now on the Ravens to make this thing go away, because now people are beginning to get nervous about what they're going to have to trot out when they kick off the regular season in September.
All right, speaking of something that is a huge story in the sports world to some, and for many listening out there, they're completely unaware that it's even happening. We're talking about the World Baseball Classic, and at least one major league team has paid a dear price for a player's participation in the WBC. What kind of future, what kind of stature does this baseball tournament have? We're going to tell you. This is Fox Sports Saturday.
The men's tournament is in full gear.
Oh, my God. Pittsburgh launches the shot.
From the tip-offs to the upsets and the heartbreak.
One of the all-time shockers.
Our tournament coverage doesn't stop. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned how to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
The world is always on, but you shouldn't be. Put junk sleep to bed.
During Mattress Firm's Big Spring Sale, get a king bed for the price of a queen and save up to $700 on Sealy. Shop now at Mattress Firm. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Come in to Friedman's Appliance for their once-yearly Red Tag Sale March 24th through March 26th and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, and Fisher & Paykel representatives will be on hand to showcase their products. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag Sale for the best pricing on Fisher and Paykel appliances.
O'Reilly!
Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Let the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts test your battery for free. If it needs to be replaced, get up to a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go.
So how do you like it?
The question is this.
You like it like this?
I'm strictly talking basketball.
Or like this?
Baseball tends to be of all our sports very much steeped in tradition.
And what about this?
Basically, the NFL has found ways to make money off of everything.
Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered. It's sports the way you like it on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Steve Hartman, Bucky Brooks, you are listening to Fox Sports Saturday. We are live from the TireRack.com studios. Kansas leading Arkansas 18-11. 8:42 to go in that West Regional matchup. Winner will move on to the Sweet 16. And again, so far, two schools are in. San Diego State and Tennessee have moved on to next week's action in the March Madness. All right, I want to ask you about this World Baseball Classic. In fact, the other night, I was at this Dodgers spring training game, and we were talking to Clayton Kershaw. There was some talk he might participate. He decided not to. And he gave like the most politically correct answer possible when talking about the WBC. Like he wanted to make sure he wasn't going to say anything negative about it. But we're also reminded that when you're playing, spring training is a time to sort of get yourself in shape. And injuries do occur during spring training. But when you're participating in the WBC and playing for your country, you're not operating at spring training levels. You know, you're suddenly operating at a higher level. Now, the freak injury that ended the season for Edwin Diaz, the ace reliever of the Mets, how good was he last year? How about a 1.3 ERA, a whip below 0.9? He averaged 17 strikeouts per 9 innings. One of the absolute best closers in baseball. And he injures himself celebrating with his teammates after the final. They're jumping up and down, and he blows out his knee. It's a freak injury. I get that. But here's my thing about this World Baseball Classic. And to me, it's true of any kind of international competition involving United States teams. I think for the most part, now I know there are exceptions, but for the most part, in this country, we don't give a crap about international competition. Our competition is the World Series. Our competition is the Super Bowl. Our competition is March Madness. Our competition is the NBA Finals. That's our competition. Whoever wins the NBA championship is the best team in the world. Whoever wins the World Series is the best baseball team in the world. Obviously, the NFL speaks for itself. I know the Olympics come around, but how many times do the Olympics come around and you were even unaware the Olympics were even here until they actually start? And then for a couple of weeks, we're excited when an American wins, a gold medal, and we can hear the anthem. And as soon as the Olympics are over, they're forgotten. I mean, we had John Paul Morosi